green light on.
Oh, okay.
And I
Oh, they actually even mounted the plugs like they don't slide anymore.
green lights across that dial. I left a
Yep.
couple off, that one and that one. I think we're good. They're really, the sound is beautiful.
Okay.
I love it. And
Maybe you even.
All right. Welcome, everybody. We're going to get started. Need that gavel, huh? Are these turned up?
I don't know. I don't know if the volume's up.
These
on
volumes up on it? Okay. Welcome, everybody, this morning to our commission meeting. And this one, actually, our first meeting is going to be a Board of Equalization meeting. There's 3 items on there. We're going to do our Board of Equalization meeting first, and then we'll jump into our regular agenda. And so with the Board of Equalization, we have 3 items that are on there, and they are both either to deny or approve of petitions on equalization and to a hearing on different parcels. Are any questions on these at all?
Seems like traditionally we've allowed the hearing to proceed on these.
No, these are,
This one's
late filed petitions that were filed after the deadline.
Right, and it seems like we've allowed them over the last few years. Is that
Well, if they meet statutory, if there's a statutory requirement for them to be
Right.
filed, and
these ones do not?
Paul, Paul's attorney's office recommends that they not be approved because they meet the statutory requirement.
okay. With that, any more questions?
Nope.
Okay, a motion to be in order. Let's do them one by one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will move then that we deny the petition as stated in number 1.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to deny the petition as stated in number 1 on the Board of Equalization. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes 3-0. Motion in order for number 2.
I move that we deny the petition of the Board of Equalization as stated in agenda item number 2.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to deny the petition as stated in number 2 on the Board of Equalization agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes 3-0. Number 3.
I'll move that we deny the application as stated in item number 3.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to deny the petition as stated in number 3 on the Board of Equalization agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes 3-0. Okay, we will now move from our Board of Equalization to our commission agenda. And maybe just for reference, if you're here in the, okay, just for your reference, these mics are brand new. This is our first time with trying to figure it out, and I need the thumbs up to move to the next meeting, so we're recording appropriately. We'll now move to our Board of County Commission agenda, and as we always do, we have the opportunity for a prayer, a reading, a thought, and we're looking for participation, if anyone would like to participate. So we have a prayer, reading, or thought first, and then we also do the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to participate with us and do one or the other? You can just raise your hand and I'll... Yes, which one would you like to do? The pledge, very good. Yes, very good. Would you come on up, and if you come on up, please state your name, and that way we can have it correct in the minutes.
Belky Tolman. Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we are so very grateful for this opportunity that we have to be here this morning. Grateful for our leaders and grateful for all that they do to serve the people of Utah County. We are grateful for the opportunity that we have for those of us who are here to have our voices heard, and we pray that throughout this meeting that the best choices and the best decisions will be made for the good of all of Utah County people. And we pray for guidance and for unity, and we are grateful for this opportunity, and we say these things in the name of thy Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Come on up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Into the mic and let us know your name.
State your name in the mic for us, and we'll start.
Just say your name for us first.
Mac.
Matt what?
Mac Ernest.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for both participating in that. We will now move to an award presentation, and Ralph, it's all yours.
Thank you, Commissioners. I thank you for the time that you've given me this day to present these Friends of Public Health Awards. Each year, as we come to the National Public Health Week, which was actually last week, we recognize a individual and a organization that have contributed to the public health of the residents of Utah County. Public health has far reaches way beyond the public health department here into our community and community organizations and partners that do much to improve the health of our citizens, which we of course want to continue. And we're fortunate to have a very healthy county. In fact, the healthiest county in the state with a population of over 125,000. And so it's an honor to be here and to take this time with you. And so our first Friend of Public Health is an organization. I'll ask the representatives from Habitat for Humanity of Utah County to come up. Here representing them is Kenna Matthews, who's the Executive Director, Jeff McDonald, who is the Recycling Director, and Rick McBride, who is the Restore Director. And we appreciate them being here today. I'll just have a short write-up to share with you about what Habitat does for us. Habitat for Humanity of Utah County works to eliminate substandard housing in our service area by building, renovating, and repairing homes for low-income individuals and families. Healthy homes are essential to a healthy community and population. They contribute to the occupant's physical health needs, such as air, water, food, and shelter, as well as the occupant's psychological and social needs, and have done so in the last 25 years. And in this past 25 years, Habitat has been able to move 65 families out of unhealthy and substandard living conditions into safe and affordable housing.
Wow.
Habitat has also helped over 60 low-income homeowners, veterans, and seniors throughout the valley to repair critical damage to their homes, eliminate immediate health, safety, and/or sanitation issues, increase accessibility, and preserve their homes and properties. Habitat for Humanity of Utah County has been incorporating the radon-resistant new construction, which is called RRNC, not to be confused with RNC. In all their new homes and mitigating its existing homes since 2010. To date, over 20 homes have been built RRNC, and 4 have been mitigated. Habitat also partners with the Utah County Health Department to raise awareness about radon by selling low-cost radon test kits, promoting National Radon Action Month every January, and providing a radon education booth during the Parade of Homes each summer. Because of their efforts, hundreds of homeowners have tested their homes for this cancer-causing gas. Habitat also partners with the Utah County Health Department on its asthma home visit program by completing in-home environmental assessments with 17 families, donating over 40 hours in 1 year to our program. Habitat oversees Provo City's neighborhood revitalization program and is working with Provo neighborhood leaders to engage and train residents and assist with exterior painting, planting, and other beautification activities. Habitat also manages the Provo Mobile Tool Library through this program. Habitat's own extensive tool library was recently used during the construction of the new Altogether Playground in Orem City. This is the only park in Utah County that provides inclusive play opportunity for children of all ages, as well as all disabilities. Habitat employees worked tirelessly during the planning and construction of the playground. Habitat for Humanity of Utah County Restores has been in operation since 2007. Restores are building material thrift stores that sell new and gently used building materials, furniture, appliances, cabinets, and paint to the general public at a fraction of retail prices. All proceeds help our local Habitat for Humanity with the mission of eliminating poverty housing. Since 2007, Utah County Restores have diverted approximately 12 million pounds of material from the landfills. The restores are a great resource for do-it-yourself or repurposing projects. Habitat Restores also recycles metals and paint. Over the past 10 years, Habitat has recycled 750,000 pounds of metals and saved 800,000 gallons of paint from going to the landfill. Nearly 40,000 gallons of the paint was reclaimed during the annual Household Hazardous Waste Collection Day events sponsored by the Health Department and County Solid Waste Districts. We proudly recognize Habitat for Humanity of Utah County as a 2017 organization for this Friend of Public Health Award. And we'd like to get a picture with the commissioners if we could. We lost our background from the curtain, but we'll.
You want to come up
we
here?
Well, we could go
Yeah,
up there,
come up
or
here,
we
come
could.
here.
We don't mind blocking the clerk and the attorney's office at all. Please come on out. Anna. grand thanks to Habitat for Humanity for what they do for our communities. We'd like to now invite up, as the individual being recognized this time, Mary V. Brown, Dr. Mary V. Brown. I make them stand up here so that they can share the nervousness. Dr. Mary V. Brown is a true friend of public health. She has devoted her career to developing the health promotion workforce through rigorous academic preparation, engaged learning, and adherence to professional ethics. Her vast contributions to public health have benefited residents in Utah County and throughout the state of Utah. Mary received her bachelor's and master's degree in community health education from BYU and PhD in health promotion education from the University of Utah. So she
Yeah.
bleeds both ways, okay? And actually bleeds green.
green.
Now,
Oh.
really. So, yeah.
Well balanced.
She has over 20 years of experience in teaching community and health promotion courses at various universities. She has taught more than 15 different health classes and has served as an academic advisor to hundreds of students. Her excellence in teaching at UVU was recognized by peers and students when she was awarded the Outstanding Educator Award in 2009 and 2014. Mary currently serves as chair of the Utah Valley University Department of Community and Public Health. Her research interests include professional preparation of students, stress and coping, gerontology, nutrition, and many other topics. She has written multiple scholarly publications and has provided dozens of presentations within the state and at professional conferences across the nation. She has also served as a reviewer for the American Journal of Hospice and Palliative Medicine. Public health agencies throughout Utah have benefited from Mary's efforts to integrate academic best practice recommendations into professional practice. Hundreds of health promotion professionals currently hold the Certified Health Education Specialist, known as CHES, certification as a direct result of Mary's persistent encouragement, advice, and critical assistance in preparing them to take the examination. She has helped Utah County to have one of the highest rates of CHES credentialing professionals in the nation. Before teaching, Mary began her career working as a professional health educator in Riverside County, and later worked for the hospital in Hemet, California, where she taught health promotion workshops at 3 hospitals. She has a wonderful ability to draw on her professional experience to help provide real-world practical advice to her students. A current county employee and prior student said, "Mary is the reason I decided to become a health educator. She helped me learn how to apply academic theory in a hands-on and practical way." Another individual described Mary as a caring mentor that devotes all of her energy and time to help me and others to succeed. She wants everybody to reach their full potential. Despite teaching a full load, Mary makes the time to volunteer in many public health capacities within the community. In 2012, Mary wrote a grant for engaged learning and conducted 5 focus groups in emerging trends in public health at the Utah County Health Department and other local health departments throughout Utah. The effort assessed job satisfaction and ongoing professional development needs of the current workforce. She guided her students on presenting the key findings at the Utah Public Health Association and the Health Education Association of Utah. She has worked with the Utah County Health Department on various academic health department projects over the years. Mary has also enjoyed serving as a hospice volunteer and has been actively involved in many community health initiatives. She served as a member of the Rape Prevention Committee, sponsored by the Center for Women and Children in Crisis, and was instrumental in securing funding necessary to run the Walk a Mile in Her Shoes rape prevention campaign. Mary has been actively involved in the Utah Public Health Association, American Public Health Association, the Society of Public Health Educators, including the Utah affiliate over the years. She has served terms both as Secretary and President of the Health Education Association of Utah. She is currently serving as a board member of the Utah Public Health Association's Communications Section. She is also a frequent presenter and helps to plan the labor-intensive annual conferences in her spare time. Mary can frequently be seen with a camera in her hands to document public outreach and conference attendance. She freely shares these photos with other professionals, as she believes if you don't document something, it's as if it never happened. She'd do well with the IRS. Taking pictures shows what we do in public health. she looks for ways to promote public health through photography and other innovative means. A colleague said, "Mary is the best. She is constantly building bridges between students, professionals, businesses, and the community. During a short 5-minute conversation, she will offer valuable advice and resources that will ultimately benefit public health prevention efforts throughout the community." Mary's husband, Mark, said, "Mary is a wonderful..."
It's Mike.
Mike, okay. All right.
Mark's his brother.
Mark's his brother. Okay. I'm going to have to talk to my staff about this. Thank you. Mary's husband, Mike, said,
For the
"Mary is a-"
record, yeah,
For the record. Mary is a wonderful wife, mother of 2 beautiful daughters, and a friend. Mary's mantra is taken from a James Taylor song. "The secret of life is enjoying the passage of time." Apart from the love of family and her faith, Mary counts her time with her students and colleagues as significant moments of time well spent. She knows this is an investment in their future successes and contributions to society. Admired by both students and colleagues, Mary is a consummate professional, an equally great person who is driven to promote the health and wellness of the public. We proudly recognize Mary Brown with the 2017 Friend of Public Health Award. Mike, please come up. I won't invite Mark.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
No? Must be your camera. Thank you. Thank you again, Commissioners, for letting us take this time to recognize these important members of our community.
Thank you for the great work that you do. Now we'll turn some time over to Commissioner Graves.
Okay, how appropriate seeing some of these hockey players that we honor our current employee of the month who controls our penalty box. I'd like to bring up Deputy Spencer Butters. If you'll come up, you are our employee of the month for Utah County. So let me read a couple things that I can read from the nomination letter.
Okay.
There was a time, let's see, yes, there was a time when Control let us know that there was a combative inmate coming in. When the upset inmate saw Spencer, he immediately said, "Butters, I'll be good for you." And he calmed right down. The inmates know him, and that's how he works. Spencer is knowledgeable in all areas of the jail, including booking, housing records, property, and visiting. When a backup call is made, he is one of the most physically capable deputies in the jail to deal with. He is on the detention response team, which is designated to deal with physically volatile situations that arise in the jail. On top of being a super good deputy, he is an awesome coworker. He is fun to work with, and despite all of the hours of overtime he puts in, he is definitely not lazy. For all the reasons, Spencer should be our employee of the month. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you.
You do have a chance to speak if you'd like to say a few words.
I'm just very grateful to be part of the Utah County Sheriff's Office and the wonderful association and that it is, and thankful for all my friends and coworkers that nominated me for this, I guess, so. Thank
You
you.
come on up, we'll give you these are the goodies, and here's the plaque and the nomination letter. Thank you. We'll hold this and take a picture too. Whoops, don't forget the good part. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks to the Sheriff's Department, they do a great job as well. A lot of good work done there. We will We will now move into our agenda. And for our agenda, we're going to organize our agenda. And so we'll go through our consent agenda and pull things off of our consent agenda and/or put things on to regular. And then we will do the same with the regular agenda. And then we'll move back into where we're at. So starting with our consent agenda, we have 20 items on the consent agenda. The only one that I'd like a little discussion on, if we can pull that off, would be number 15. Are there others on consent that you'd
I-
like?
Oh, go ahead.
I had a question on 10 and 11.
Okay.
Okay, and I don't have a question, but because of we're moving, maybe if we can have the sheriff, because we have an audience, talk about number 5, just as a way of information, for a chance to broaden it.
Okay.
Since we're moving that other presentation next week with Bree.
Right, okay. So if we can,
Or somebody from the sheriff, it doesn't matter who.
so if we can move number 5, and if we can put them in order from 5, 10, 11, and 15, and we will move them to our regular agenda as 2, 3, 4, and 5. So they'll move behind item number 1 on regular agenda. Now going to our regular agenda, we will leave on regular agenda item number 1 and number 9. Are there any others on regular agenda that we can move to consent?
If we can keep number 4 on the regular agenda.
Number 4 as well?
I do have a
Okay, very
question.
good. Circle that one.
And I
So
don't have
number
any
4
others.
will actually move
To 6.
further down, to 6. Any others? Any other?
I didn't have any others.
Okay.
Obviously 10 would stay.
Pardon me?
10 would stay on regular.
Oh, yeah, we better announce 10 staying.
Oh, yeah, 10 is also on our agenda
And what else was?
to stay. So 9 we need findings for, and 10 will be on our regular agenda. And then from there, we will, after we go through our regular agenda, we will look at what closed meetings
All of them.
possibly. We need all of them?
Yep.
Well, let's just put on consent then for all of our closed meetings to
I have to read those in-
be on.
We have to set them.
Oh, that's right. We'll set them at the end then. We'll just do that at the end. Thank you.
Oh, and work session to consent. Or
Oh, that's right. Okay, work session
Will be
Work session will
continued.
be continued, on consent to be continued for 1 week. Yes, please.
Following the consent agenda items and the public hearing, the new regular agenda will consist of regular agenda item number 1, consent agenda item number 5, consent agenda item number 10, consent agenda item number 11, consent agenda item number 15, and then regular agenda item numbers 4, 5, 9, and 10, and the setting of the closed session.
Correct. Okay. With that, for information purposes, we have the opportunity and we love having the public here. I think that's part of a healthy democracy, is to have the public here in a setting that we can express and talk about our views and our opinions and bring that forward. And you'll get an opportunity if you get lost, because I know sometimes you sit down there and like, I don't know where they're at, what's going on. If you get lost, just raise your hand and, point of information of some sort, and I can kind of tell you where we're at in the agenda. But we do have two different, we have a hearing, and a public hearing is different than just regular, our public agenda in the way of comments. And so we'll have an opportunity with a public hearing. I'll be acting as the public hearing official, in this, and a public hearing, we will bring forward individuals who are for, against, we'll have staff members, there'll be dialogue back and forth with the commission as we're trying to get to a conclusion with an item that is on our agenda. And so the public is involved, and we'll have an opportunity at that time to also come up and speak on how they feel about the public hearing, and also on number 1 on regular agenda. Then we'll go down through our regular agenda, and at any time, if anybody would like to speak on the item that we're currently talking about, you're more than welcome to come up. We would prefer that if it's not the item we're talking about, that you wait until it actually gets to that item. And so we're not crossing it back and forth. And as we go down through, and I know there's a lot here for item number 10, number 10, that we'll take public comment. We encourage you to come up and, of course, state your name on public comment for that issue. It is different than a public hearing, though. The public hearing is one in which we have dialogue back and forth. In this case, we will be listening to your comments, and it's not necessarily a dialogue back and forth. So if you'd like to come up and make comments, that would be great. If you'd like to have more dialogue after or whatever during that period of time, you can always schedule to come meet with us, at our offices and schedule a time. So with that, let's move to our public hearing. So now we will move into a public hearing, and the public hearing is to consider the approval of the proposed Beckstead Agricultural Protection Area. The application's been given to us, and we'd like to have, Eric, thank you. I can actually see the words now. Public Works, if they'd come up and kind of give us an overview and give us a presentation. Peggy, there.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I'm Peggy Kelsey from staff. I'm going to move right into the presentation. This is the Beckstead Proposed Agricultural Protection Area. The Becksteads are proposing agricultural protection for the raising and ranching of mink and hay or grain crops. And as you can see from the map, they're located just west of Payson. Payson is shown here with kind of a yellow outline with this kind of cityscape icons that are in there. That's where Payson is. And then the blue hashed area is the Beckstead proposal for the ag protection. These uses that they're asking protection for, those are allowed uses in our Utah County Land Use Ordinance. And so those are uses they are currently doing and occurring on the property right now, and those are permitted process currently. So they're just asking for an enhanced agricultural protection. The area does lie in our RA5 zone, and that is our residential agricultural zone. And from this map, you can also see Payson City a little bit clearer. It does abut the proposal. Below the RA5 zone, we do have some industrial zone in the county. Here's a little better close-up of the parcels. You can see there are 3 parcels in total. They are 40.028 acres approximately. So they are just over the minimum requirement for ag protection. The Becksteads do own these 3 parcels. And as you can see from the photos, they're in hay production. The parcels on the west are in hay production. These over here, I guess you can see the little pointer here. This is all kind of new for us. The middle parcel does have a residence on it and some outbuildings and also hay production. And then the parcel to the west right here, this is where the main agricultural use is as far as the sheds, and that's where the mink are kept. I believe there's about 9 sheds that are here. The area fronts on 10,000 South, and this is a county road. And then also over here on 4350 West, and this is a county collector road. This area is in Payson City's annexation policy declaration area. Adjacent uses, and you can see kind of by the map, a lot of agricultural, a lot of residences are also in a close proximity to this area. And they are abutting Payson City, as you can see. Spring Creek runs over here in this area, and they're about 50 feet from the parcel line, about 325 feet from the last mink shed that was put in. And then there is a covered canal area that's right over here on this east side.
Canal or irrigation ditch? Is it?
It's a covered, I believe it's a canal.
Okay.
During the 15-day posting period, the Utah County Public Works Engineering Manager did request a modification, and he has requested these in the past. It's for road exclusions. So along 10,000 South, he asked to be excluded. So if you are going to make a motion to approve, he would like to have 28 feet from the center line into the property excluded from the ag protection. And then also over here on 2350 West, it would be 33 feet from the center line over. One thing to keep in mind, if that is something that this board is going to consider to do, that would decrease the acreage to be under the 40 acres. And so you would need to file for a variance. And because there are not orchards on the property, the variance would need to be for intense agricultural production with that motion.
Which we can do down to, is it 5 acres? Is that
We
general
don't
rule?
have a minimum there, but you'd have to have some acreage there.
Right.
The 5 acres you're probably referring to is an RE5 zone. 5 acres is a minimum requirement needed for a single-family dwelling.
Right.
Here's just some photos that I took when I was out there. This is the drive coming into the property. Whoops, sorry. Drive coming into the property right here. These are the mink sheds right here. The home you can't quite see is right in here. This property over here on this other side is in the hay production. More hay production. And then over here is from that canal looking west. You can see the residents here, some outbuildings, and the ag structures are behind these.
Is that the view basically from the little collector road looking back to the property?
Yes,
Okay.
correct. I'm going to come back here. Also, during the 15-day public notice, I did receive about 10 letters of objection. And then during this whole process, we've had a number of citizens come and speak at the different meetings, objections, and other people who are supporting the proposal. Also, I believe Sergeant Knapp actually has visited the property a number of times and has tried to kind of stay on top of what's going on there. And I believe he is here today, so if you wish to hear from him, he can speak to you. The Agricultural Protection Advisory Board held their meeting on February 28th, and they voted to recommend approval. And this approval did not include the road exclusions. Their vote was a 5-0 vote. The Planning Commission held their meeting on March 21st, and they recommended a denial, and that was a 4-1 vote. Just a little bit of history of the property. In November of 2006, this area closest to that's abutting the proposal was annexed into Payson City in the Utah Avenue annexation. And the Becksteads purchased the property in about 2011, and that's when they first came in to ask for ag protection on a little over 12 acres. It was actually approximately this parcel and this parcel. So these parcels here, they were asking for ag protection on. They were just barely beginning their mink process and starting to get some structures built up at that time. The ag protection meeting, planning commission meetings were held. They both voted to recommend denial of the application at that time due to it not meeting the 40-acre requirement or currently being in intensive livestock operations. I believe there was also a lot of public comment at that time that was not in favor of this. And then the county commission at the time held their public meeting. And they also voted to deny the request. And it was all for the acreage, for not being currently an intensive livestock operation, and then a number of other items that I've listed in the backup document that you have, but it came from the citizens and their concern for it being a nuisance and them not having the ability to be able to complain about that nuisance. The application was appealed to the 4th District Court at that time. The judge did rule in favor of the county commission's decision. And then the Becksteads also came back with another application in 2012. Nothing had really changed at that point in time. They were just still starting their operation. The county attorney's office reviewed that application, and they made a determination that we would not even hear it at that time because there wasn't enough change that has happened. And that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Since Sergeant Knapp, at the request of the commission, actually went out there and, I think he's here. He said he was gonna be here.
Yes, yes.
Where you at? Oh, there you are, okay. Yeah, if you'd come forward and share with us your findings. We asked him to go out there and do some work as well.
Yes, thank you. At your request, I did go out to look at any of the environmental related issues involved in this from the multiple letters that had been received. So on February 24th, I tried to contact Clayton Beckstead, who lives on the property. He was out of town. So I did speak with his father, who owns the property, Brent Beckstead. I showed up unannounced at their property, and they gave me permission to walk around unaccompanied anywhere I wanted on the property to take photographs and see if there was anything that needed to be addressed. They were very cordial in making sure that we had anything we needed to address those issues. As I went into the farm, there are 3 gates that go inside where the mink sheds are. 2 of these gates were closed. One was actually chained shut. The 3rd gate was open when I showed up, but there were workers coming in and out feeding the mink while I was there. So they had to be able to come in and out through that open gate. I walked inside the mink sheds. The mink are contained in smaller cages, so they're not just running around loose. They're in smaller cages where they have their feed, their water, and their bed. There is a fence around the exterior perimeter of where these mink sheds are that is approximately 5 feet tall. The top, probably foot, is a solid metal strip so that any mink or animals trying to crawl over the top of the fence are unable to get out. On February 24th, I did observe 2 holes that had been dug underneath the fence. This fence also goes down under the ground, and then there's about a foot of mesh wiring that is buried under the ground outside of the fence, so that anything trying to dig in has to dig under that mesh and then back a foot to get back up in. On February 24th, I did observe 2 holes that had been dug under the fence, one on the north fence and one on the west fence. I had attempted to photograph these. My camera did malfunction on me on that day, so I don't have any of those photographs. But I did document it in a report that has been submitted to the commission. I did observe also, like Peggy had explained, one of the complaints that we had received was there was a concern that the mink had killed the fish and crawdads in Spring Creek that runs next to the property. The Spring Creek is actually outside of the property, outside of the fence line. I didn't observe anything from the mink farm that would come even close to getting into the waterway. There was nothing that I saw that could contaminate the waterway from where the mink manure is underneath the mink sheds or where it is held before it's taken off of the property. Both Clayton and Brent Beckstead explained to me that they have spent over $100,000 in purchasing a backhoe, a dump truck, and a machine that cleans the manure out from under the mink pens. And they're transporting that currently off of the property. They said that in the past they have attempted to do, as other farmers in the area do, in spreading the manure on the hay fields. When they found that this was offensive to the neighbors and had upset them, they have since tried to make arrangements to appease the neighbors by transporting it off of the property. Let's see. There was also a complaint about dogs that are on the property that are barking. I did see that the dogs are contained in kennels behind the residents on the property. Clayton explained to me that in the evenings, because there have been problems with trespassers and with animal rights activists getting in and attempting to release the mink, which would really be a problem for all of the neighbors. They do have the dogs inside the inside perimeter fence so that they will alert them if anybody is out there during those hours, and that is their purpose. If they're barking at night, it's because something or somebody is in there that needs to be addressed. Beckstead's also explained to me that they are trying to eliminate the fly problem that comes inherently with farming. They are spraying insecticide to try and kill the flies as much as possible. So they are addressing those issues as well. Let's see, I did drive around the area, and I did observe also piles of manure that were similar in size to the pile of manure on the Beckstead property. This time of year in February, anybody with livestock has to clean out the corrals, and you have to pile up the manure because it's too wet to get that out on a field. And it would be the same with the Becksteads to haul that manure off at that time would probably be more difficult. And so the manure pile that I did observe on the Beckstead property was similar in size to the piles of manure on the other adjacent farms. Let's see, I did attend the March 8th Agricultural Protection Advisory Board meeting and explained what I had observed there at that time to the Agricultural Protection Advisory Board. I returned to the farm on March 20th. Once again, I just showed up that morning and called and said, can I come on and check, see what you've got? Was given full access. None of the Becksteads were home at the time that I showed up, and they let me wander around and look at anything I wanted. I did observe that the two holes that had been under the fence on my previous visit had been filled in with cement. Not just dirt, but with cement. And there was a live trap on the hole that I had observed on the west fence that contained a skunk that day. And the hole that had been on the north fence, something had apparently been trying to dig under the cement from the outside to get into the mink farm on that one.
Would you talk about the trapping you did and maybe some of the numbers?
Yes, that's what I
Okay,
was getting
okay.
to. I've got, I did submit to the commission the photographs that I took on my March 20th visit. I did observe also, they'd filled in those holes. They've also put traps around the interior fence of the inside of their external fence so that, as Clayton explained to me, any mink that would manage to get out of their smaller containers, their smaller pens, that were trying to get off of the property, they generally will go to the fence line and walk the fence line trying to find a way to escape. These traps were set up so that the animals would go into the traps and be caught. I did not observe any mink in those traps, just the traps set up to catch those. Those pictures have been submitted to the commission. The pile of manure was gone also, and a smaller pile was there that appears had been cleaned out from under the pens. On March 22nd, I discussed with Commissioner Ivey the question about how many mink we have outside of this fence, how many are in the area. I did speak with Sherry Bean, who owns the property directly to the north of the mink sheds. Because that was the hole that was the biggest property where I could catch any animals that had been out, I decided to set some traps there to see what animals we have in the area, to see how many mink we had. Sherry Bean had explained at our March 21st meeting that she had caught 3 mink. I did observe those 3 dead mink carcasses on March 22nd. They were there. She showed me where those mink had been caught. 2 of them had been found in a chicken pen, and the 3rd was in a turkey pen. Clayton Beckstead also explained to me that during the same time that Mrs. Bean had found those 3 mink, that he had caught 6 skunks on his property between the February 24th and the March 21st meetings. I did, as I set my traps out, I set live traps out to try to capture what we had. The Beans had already caught 1 skunk, and I caught 3 more and 4 feral cats that were, well, 3 feral cats and 1 of the Beans cats that were back on that property line. But that was all I caught in the week that I had these live traps set out there trying to catch whatever animals I could find. Clayton Beckstead also did send me a photograph from a camera that he has inside his fence to observe any movement in there of what appears in the night vision camera to be a raccoon wandering inside of his fence line. On April 2nd, I received a phone call from Sherry Bean. She explained to me that a friend of hers that lives just under a mile to the north of the mink farm had caught a mink attacking her ducks. I went out and retrieved that mink from her. Within 3 miles of where that mink was captured, there are 3 other mink farms. And so to say exactly which farm that came from, I couldn't say. Not only that, it needs to be mentioned that there are mink that are wild in the area, and so determining which mink is from the farm and which are not is a little harder because they can't be native to this area. Are there any other questions from the commission?
Oh, thank you.
Just a quick clarification. So from your observation and report, would you say there's any agricultural practices that are inconsistent with good principles of ag production, or more importantly, that pose an undue or burdensome risk to the environment of the area?
No, not that I observed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'd like to give an opportunity for the applicant to speak.
Good morning.
And although we know who you are, if you will.
My name is Brent
Thank you.
Beckstead. I reside in Lehigh, Utah. And I am putting in an application for the ag protection in our property in Payson. Appreciate this opportunity and your time to come before you as express our desire and your consideration for this ag protection. Our farm is in full compliance with the Utah County requirements to be granted this protection on our property in Payson. Other agricultural farms in this area have been granted this protection as well. While attempting to receive this protection, we have been in full compliance and cooperation with Utah County, allowing them to visit the property unannounced on several occasions. Our farm is currently veterinarian certified to the Fur Commission and exceeds the already high expectations of this certification. We know that there will be opposition, however, there is a request for this protection is not whether or not we are able to raise the mink, but rather we comply with Utah County Ag Protection requirements. This farm is our livelihood, and because of that, we are doing everything in our power to protect our land and our animals. Once again, we are in full compliance with Utah County Ag Protection and everything in the county has asked us to do. Thank you for your consideration. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes. With this application, there's also a right-of-way, right-of-way in there. Can you tell us, how you feel about that
As
road
been
right-of-way?
stated, as been stated in previous meetings and hearings, I will work very good, careful with the engineers, and I've told them I will not sell them the property, but I will give them easements as asked. For the very reason that if I sell you the property, I'll be under the 40 acres that I need to apply for my ag protection. But
So if I'm understanding you correctly, then you're okay with the right-of-way being on there, or would you prefer it not? Okay.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I would like to address the fly control. We spend thousands of dollars. Our plant manager, our CEO from our fur breeders, where we get our feed, is here. He can vouch for this. We implement larvadex in our feed, which passes through the animal, which will not only eliminate 100% of the fly control, but it drastically reduces the hatch of the larva. And our veterinarian here that's on staff is here, and I'm sure he'll want to speak to later in this meeting. But other than that, if maybe you have some more closing remarks later. Any other questions?
Yeah, you mentioned in your comment that you meet certification standards, correct?
That is correct.
Could you explain maybe just what a couple of those might be for us?
So, the most important one is that the size of the pen. Animals have to be in a certain criteria to reach that pen. We have to practice good management practices. We cannot have standing water. We cannot have, we have to control our flies. We have to get rid of these animals that die every, if it's a cow or pig or whatever, you're gonna have some death loss. And we have to show good management how we get rid of those. And manure, the waste that comes from animals, we have to manage that. Jason, is there anything else I'm missing?
You guys mind if I clarify?
You'll have to come up and state your name, then that'll be great.
So, just let me clarify, I'm the certifying.
State your name.
Jason Lott, I'm from Morgan, Utah. I'm the certifying veterinarian for the western United States, west of the Mississippi, for the U.S. Fur Commission. I also sit on I'm a retainer veterinarian for the Utah Fur Breeders Co-op. The certification is at this point, a rancher, not a rancher, but the U.S. Fur Commission is a separate body from the ranchers that certifies kind of a self-certification because the U.S. government at this point in time does not have regulations setting forth what the standards are. These standards are relatively similar to those of Fur Europe and of Fur Canada. So you have, they all try and keep similar standards. However, Fur Europe has a governing body inside the government, and so does Canada. The U.S. at this point in time currently doesn't. The standard, the certification, as I go through, certifies pen size. So they have to meet square footage or square inches requirements for single mink, double mink, and triple mink if they run them. However, they don't. So they have to meet certain standards for each one of those. It addresses fly control. It addresses waste and water control. So how it's gathered, how it's kept, how often it's removed, how the animals are housed as far as cleanliness. It also, the certification outlines nutritional standards. And the co-op has a full-time nutritionist that makes those diets. He's also one of the main nutritionists that does most of your pet food across the United States. So he's, that they meet nutritional requirements, vaccine requirements, as far as vaccination and health standards, and also, I'm trying to remember the last one. But basically, all health standards we have, and they are certified. To speak to the Becksteads, they are a well-run operation. They're one of our kind of our banner operations in the co-op. This farm and his Lehigh farm are often used for visits from people coming overseas. It's a well-kept ranch. It's well-run, and they have very good animals, top in the country.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Not yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move into public comment. Can I get a show of hands of those who are interested in making comment on this? I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. Okay, very good. We would like, we're not going to set a timer on you, but if you would be kind of realizing there's 12 individuals who'd like to make comment, try to keep it right around 3 minutes or so. That would be appreciated. And I know there might be others that say, I'd like to comment later on. We're not going to hold it to 12. But if you come forward, make sure and state your name. And I will, if it looks like you're going a little bit along, I'm not trying to pressure you, but I may say, I wonder if you could sum it up, just as a courtesy to everyone that's here. So if you'd just like to maybe line up over here if you'd like to, and then come on up and state your name.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Cooper. I am a property owner and just on 10,000 South, right where the Beckstead's farm is. And first off, let me say,
The county.
Payson and the county.
Okay.
I'll explain that. Let me first off say the Becksteads are decent and good people. But let me explain a history. In 2006, I had 100 acres that I brought into Payson City. If you look at the map, I brought all the city west of the railroad tracks on 10,000 South, all the way down to, right straight south of the Beckstead farm. There's 20 acres up on that beautiful hill, and that was part of it. And then you can kind of see where it's not currently in the Payson city limits because I'll explain why. When I brought that into the Payson city, there was 100 acres, and it's in the long-term plans for this to all be city. I brought it, Paul Magleby is a good friend of mine. Everybody know Paul Magleby Construction, Roger Brinkerhoff Construction, Dennis Carter Construction. In 2002, I brought them, they're friends of mine, brought them out on my hill. I had 50 some odd acres, and they go, this is the perfect place for beautiful 1 acre ranchettes, homes. It's something that's needed in the Payson area. And as the city, Jill Spencer is here from the city, she'll verify this. I spent several $100,000 acquiring the property, going through all the gyrations for 4 years to get it into the city, and spending the engineering, the plats, and going through all the proper procedures to bring it into the city. And about 2007, we all remember what happened. The economy kind of went in the tank. So I held off doing anything. About 2011, it went from bad to worse. I got in a position where I needed to sell some property to get some cash. I determined to sell that property right directly south of them. This was my dream for all, to have these beautiful 1 acre lots and to have this, beautiful, because I'm a farmer, businessman. I mean, I don't look like a farmer, but after work, I look just like a hillbilly. So it was my dream. 2011, I had to take it out of the city so I could sell it as 5 acre lots, which I did. And then at that same time as I began to sell, lo and behold, my neighbor sold it to the Becksteads. And then I realized how difficult, because I had sale after sale after sale. When they saw that there was a mink farm, that there was barns being built, I mean, I had to disclose, this is a mink farm going to be across the street. Those are not greenhouses. I lost sale after sale after sale. Not only did I lose the value of my property in the recession, it went down the rat hole with the mink farm. The perceived negative value aspect of the mink farm coming in destroyed my property values. Well, I sold it. Well, actually, I gave it away, but to some very lucky people. And now the property's worth 3 times what I gave it to them for. But the thing that troubles me the most is that our dream, my family, I had 11 kids raised up there, we're farm, but we don't have any problem with agriculture, but we're just deeply troubled that we have the city limits on both sides, and the goal is to have this brought into the city in the near future, and to have the mink farm so close to the city limits, in fact, bordering the city limits. It's troubling, it's disturbing, and has cost me hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in losses that glad this life's not about money, but it is discouraging when you invest a fortune and you lose it. I would like to hopefully have reason prevail that we restrict the designation that they request, and that it does not make sense. I'm happy they want to continue doing it. I'm probably moving. I've already bought another lot. I will not put up with the smell. It's just too negative impact on us. I'm used to cattle, I'm used to horses, but it's a negative impact to be so close to the city limits that I think many of the neighbors are deeply troubled by that being allowed to be there in that area. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever offered to buy them out?
Okay, the thing that's even more troubling is in 2003 or 4, that property was for sale. It went to auction, and the Kreisers and I showed up to buy it. And I was stupid enough to let him buy it. I bid it up, he bid it up, I bid it up, he bid it up, and I should have kept bidding it up. After 2007, we were not in a financial position to do so. We would love to have bought it. And in hindsight, I'm kicking myself the rest of my life. I mean, it's just like from
I've been there.
Yeah, it's like kick yourself, for hindsight. But so we did try to, but after the 2007, 8, 9, we had enough issues we were unable to come up with the capital.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sterling Brown. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy for the Utah Farm Bureau Federation. I just want to comment by saying I appreciate the prayer and pledge of allegiance at these public meetings. Even better is volunteering folks to participate is a nice touch on a public meeting. I was yesterday in the Paiute County Commission meeting and the Garfield County Commission. Public meetings, of course, and I was the only one present in both of those meetings. And
No commissioners?
Of course, and the commissioners.
I thought that was going to be interesting.
But it just goes to show, I think, in probably a number of different reasons, but an urban county like Utah County versus a very rural county like both of those, the difference in various public attendance and involvement. Farm Bureau, as you might imagine or guess, is in strong support of this application that is before you. It's interesting to observe, and I don't pretend to go back to generations, of course, but I have heard repeatedly in my professional career that 2 generations ago, the single most event that would put a farmer out of business is a significant weather event. And then last year's generation, it was the volatility, in the markets. A significant drop in the market would put out an array of different kinds of agriculture folks. Today's generation, I could fill this room with just former Utah farmers and ranchers that are out of business because of regulations. Today's greatest obstacle that faces today's modern family farm is increased regulations imposed by state and federal. And you couple both of those forces on today's family farm, and it's a significant obstacle to make a buck. And whether it be endangered species or land use regulations, or the list goes on and on and on, there are real pressures to make a living in agriculture. I look at the legislative session, the Utah legislative session that just concluded a month or so ago. As you may know, 500 or so bills that passed, resolutions. As one that was on Capitol Hill all 45 days days of that session, there were 85 bills that directly impacted Utah's farmer and rancher, whether it be water rights or public lands or transportation or land use issues or trespass or wildlife or on and on and on. It continues to be a force, sometimes good, sometimes not so good for the farmer and rancher. Yet here we are in Utah County. As you may know, today or this year is the second leading agriculture county in the state. Beaver County tops you this year. Last year you had the glory of being first. Because of Beaver County and their big pig farm down there, they topped you this year. But it's not because of the dryland fields out in Eagle Mountain and Cedar Fort that lead you to the top or second to the top, or the hay fields, grain fields west of Utah Lake necessarily. It is primarily because of these generational fruit and vegetable farms in Orem, or once Orem, and Santaquin and Payson in these areas that enable you to be a strong agriculture county. I don't perceive there's anyone in this room or the county that's adamantly opposed to the farmer. But there's a growing adage out there, the public, in fact, Envision Utah's recent results in a statewide survey conclude, the public strongly favors farmers. But we see repeatedly that the public doesn't necessarily support farming. And it's interesting to think about that. We support farmers, but not farming all the time, for reasons obvious, smells and flies and so forth. Mud on the road, and so here comes regulations to allow the public to live next to farming. So we look at ag protection areas. I was around when the state legislature passed the law, the ag protection area, mid-1990s. As urban encroachment was filling Wasatch Front, there needed to be something to protect the farmer. In the early 2000s, there was an enormous legislative task force made up of state lawmakers, county commissioners, various cities' mayors, and other stakeholders that sat on a 20, maybe 30-member task force to address the specific issue of how do we sustain agriculture in Utah County and statewide. An enormous list of recommendations came out of that. A wonderful publication was produced, and it's been, to my knowledge, it's been shelved on someone's bookcase ever since. Again, just this last session that just ended, a bill passed to create an agricultural sustainability task force. How do we protect agriculture interests? Tens of thousands of state tax dollars have been thrown at how do we preserve agriculture. And I'm not poo-pooing those task forces and those dollars, but what I'm trying to highlight is there is a tool on the books already that is proven to yield good fruit in helping to preserve agriculture, and that's this ag protection area law. It's not for everybody, and it's not for every county or political subdivision. But in a county where there is significant population growth and a top leading county in agriculture production, I think we would all agree, I would certainly argue, Utah County is ripe for agriculture protection area.
Sterling, if you could kind of summarize for us, that'd be great.
There are provisions in the state code, Title 17, Chapter 41. You and others, I'm sure, are familiar with the purpose of ag protection areas. And it is just that. It is to protect agriculture. And in this case, where we have a landowner and a generational farmer who has done a yeoman's job in trying to minimize flies and smells and mud on the road and other challenges for nearby residents, I think we should work overtime to prop up that business in our community rather than make it more difficult. Thank you for the added minute.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Dennis Stone. I think one of the things that we need to remember is that even though the Becksteads may be generational farmers, the farm itself, this mink farm, is not generational. The farm is the newcomer. The existing neighbors are the ones that have been there for years and years and years, and it is the mink farm that is encroaching upon them. And I think the issue that we need to worry about is not the current condition of the mink farm. Rather, we need to be concerned about the future condition of the mink farm. What if changes to the operation of the mink farm in the future create a nuisance? Should the neighbors have recourse, or should they just have to suffer through it? Right now, there's enough room on that mink farm to increase the size of the operation by a factor of 10. And if they do that, and they don't create a nuisance, then that would be great. But what if they do increase the size of their operation, and in the process create a nuisance? Shouldn't the neighbors have the ability to stop that nuisance? However, if you grant that mink farm agriculture protection area status, they effectively have no recourse if it becomes a nuisance in the future. So all we're asking is that you preserve the neighbors' existing rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Dennis. Hold on one second.
You can still come to the mic.
Yeah, let me have Robert, if you'll come up, Robert Moore, come up and talk about the nuisance issue. Unfortunately, we can't use this as an arena for clapping, and so if we could maybe keep that down. Thank you. Would you talk about the last comment, kind of the nuisance and growth and what that, I mean, we do have nuisance laws, even though somebody's in agricultural protection. Could you talk a little bit about that and give us some understanding of nuisance laws?
Well, the ag protection itself would help shield a farmer or landowner who's under ag protection from certain things that may happen. The Ag Protection Act is meant to protect from eminent domain, even though there's an avenue to do so. It's meant to protect against zone changes or zoning law changes, and it's meant to protect against annexation that they have to agree to. And it's also meant to protect against nuisances so long as they're operating within good farming practices. If they are outside those farming practices, then they might still be subject to a claim by the neighbors or others if they're outside those good farming practices. It doesn't really define what those are so much, but that's something that you would have to look at. It would be kind of fact intensive as to what they're doing and whether that's a good farming practice. But so there is some claim. It does, though, it does protect the farmer, the landowner who's under ag protection from just, it gives them enhanced protection against nuisance claims, as long as they're operating under good farming practices. Does that answer your question? Did you have other questions?
I want to make sure and clarify that. Okay. You did a great job. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Melanie Pack. I live on 9853 South, 4400 West, which is 4350 on your map, okay? I'm here to read a letter that my husband delivered to me. He's not able to do this so because he's on a business trip right now. I also gave my testimony, or whatever you want to call it, in the last meeting, and so I will adhere to that. It says, "To whom it may concern, I would like you to know my point of view about the agricultural protection for the Beckstead mink farm. First, I felt that if they are farming the mink properly, why would they need this Protection Act? Second, my wife was out watering the plants in our front yard when a mink came after her. She used the stream of water from the hose, spraying the mink to keep it away. Every time she stopped spraying the mink, it would advance on her. Melanie, that's me, started yelling for help. Marty Yule, a neighbor, came to her assistance. Just as I was getting home from work myself, the mink had Melanie backed against a brick fence. There was nothing behind the mink. It could have ran. There was nothing stopping it. Even after Marty and I arrived, the mink would not leave, so I got a live trap to try to catch it. I put the trap down and about 10 inches away from it. As I stepped away from the trap, to my surprise, the mink ran right in. The trap was like it was home. There was no food or anything to lure it in. When I returned it to the farm, the response was, "That doesn't look like one of ours," but it really did. We have lived here over 23 years, and I feel that this Protection Act is one-sided and leaves us unprotected. If the mink farm was here and then I moved into the neighborhood, then I feel that I would not have the right to complain about the smell or the minks running loose. But we were here first and should have the same rights as the Becksteads. Sincerely, Elston Peck. I would also like to just add one comment. Accountability. You know, when our animals get out and hurt other animals, we're accountable for that. But we take the mink back to the farm and they just say, it doesn't look like our mink. And we live just across the street, basically, on that one side. And the other mink farms are clear over there, you know. And so, and I get it that mink have been running loose since the mink farms have moved in, and now they become an indigenous animal to the area. But they weren't before. And I just want to know where the accountability is. There's like no way that we can prove one way or the other, you know, and yet we're left out to hang dry. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Melanie.
Hi, my name is Karen Stevens. I live at 9841 South, 4400 West, again 4350 West for y'all. I live next door to Melanie. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to allow me to voice my opinion. I don't begrudge anyone a living. I love agriculture, I love farming. I've been around livestock for over 30 years. I moved from Salt Lake County, and I've had a lot of run-ins with mink. My horse trainer used to be in Lehigh at Clementine Farms. One of my best friends lives next to a mink ranch. I can't tell you how many mink I've seen running around. My daughter actually hit one when she was first learning to drive, and it traumatized her. So we had a good laugh over that, and I said, honey, they're mean and they're only good for coats. So she still didn't like the idea of killing an animal like that. When I moved here in 2013, I bought a 5-acre parcel. I got it for my horses. My horse trainer was in the area. And that was one of the reasons I moved down, to be close to a lot of good friends I'd met in this area. I took a vacation. I had a contractor come into my home, and I said, I'm going to be gone for about 2 weeks. I said, would you please put the heating system in so when I get back I have heating and air, because the house I bought had no heating. There was none in the house. When I got back from my trip, I didn't understand why everything smelled so bad. The flies were so bad I could not even get into my home. I had no heating system in my home, and I called the contractor and I said, why aren't you here? Why is it not done? And he said, the flies are so bad we can't get into your house, and it took us 3 days to get the flies out of our vehicles. I killed on average for 5 days straight over 100 flies in my home a day. And I thought that I had done something wrong. So I talked to my neighbors, and they said, oh yeah, we're doing the same thing, same amount of flies. So I was talking to my neighbor, Marty, and he said the mink farmer had sold his mink manure to a farmer, and he had placed it on his field. And this meeting has been a learning experience for me to learn a little bit more about how he conducts his business, but it's opened up a lot more questions than I have answers for at this time. And unfortunately, while I was gone, my dog got out, and I picked up 6 dead mink carcasses from my yard. And I know she didn't kill them because they've been quite dead. They were flat. They were quite old. And then I found out that the mink manure that was sold contained the carcasses. So the carcasses were laying on this field for who knows how long and creating the fly problem that it created. So in March of this year, I went outside, and I was so angry because I couldn't go outside of the smell. I have so many flies in my barn, I can't even go into my own barn. I've turned all my horses out, cleaned all my stalls, I bleached my barn, I've put in fly spray. I brought one horse back in because it's a young horse that got hurt. But I have a lot of questions. I mean, if you're not going to be able to contain every animal, animals will find a way to get out. That's just their nature, especially one that has never been truly domesticated. Even a domesticated horse will get out. A dog will find a way to get out of a kennel. Chickens will get out of their coops, whatever. You know, they'll find a way. And mink are not nice, friendly little animals that you can go up and pet. They're just as mean as a feral cat. But I'm concerned that if he's doing all of these things, and I have not met this gentleman, and I mean him no ill will, but if he's doing what he's saying, then we shouldn't have the fly problem that we have. If he's truly disposing of his manure, we should not have manure being sold on the fields. Maybe that's why when the sergeant went out to look at the fields, the manure pile was gone because the farmer had already put it on his field. I just have a lot of health concern questions. It's not healthy to have that many flies in your home. I just have a lot of questions, and I'm not getting the answers I want to hear that gives me that warm fuzzy to have a mink ranch operation by my home. That's kind of what I have to say, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Karen.
I'm David Davis, and my family's been raising mink in southern Utah County for 3 generations now. So while Beckstead's maybe new to Payson, you know, my father raised mink west of Payson on that very, very close to there for over 30 years. Mink is, you know, one of those things that, in agriculture, you know, it's a family lifestyle. You know, I'd love to be able to say my grandson could go into mink business someday in Utah County. Unfortunately, you know, the ag protection, you know, hopefully it'll keep some of us in business. And I'm proud to be a mink rancher, and we have our ranches certified to meet all the standards that we possibly can. You know, we try to be good neighbors. And I know I'm not a great speaker, so I'm kind of quiet, but it's a business I'd love to see Utah continue, you know. But there's been ranches in southern Utah County since the 40s. So it's not like it's a new industry in Utah County.
All right, thank you, David.
My name is Margaret Cooper, and I live at 4363 West 10,000 South, Payson, Utah. We're just barely up the street from the mink farm. And one thing I want to say is that the previous ag meeting, I think it was about 3 years ago, I'm not exactly sure when, that we met before, Mr. Beckstead stood here and he said, because the business was barely not off the ground, there wasn't even any mink barns built, as I recall, or just being in the process, there were no mink there. And he made the claim that we would all be ashamed that we had put up any opposition, that it would be such a wonderful neighbor, and that we would be glad for them to be our neighbor. And so at that time, the previous commissioners voted 2-3, and one against, 2-4, 2 against the agriculture protection, and 1 for. And this was their final summation, was that if they indeed were such great neighbors, to return in a few years after there were mink there and there were barns, and then they would be able to get their agriculture protection with no opposition from the neighbors. And I thought that was a very wise judgment. And I have here, and I think you have a copy, I have 59 of the close neighbors signed, their names, phone numbers, and addresses, that we are not happy with them as a neighbor. You've heard all the reasons. I'm not going to belabor all the things that you have heard before. I talked to Mr. Bean on Sunday. I don't believe he is here today. He said, I've only killed 17 mink on my property so far this year. 17. And very, very many of us have, our chickens and our turkeys and our ducks have been reduced. Somebody said to me the other day, do you have any chickens left? And I actually do have a few left, which I'm very grateful for. But I just want to say, it's their livelihood. It's our life. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
So my name's Tony Bishop. I actually live just south where you can see Utah Avenue come out, and it kind of goes around in that curve. I live over in there. I grew up, however, just west of this area at 5186 West, 9970 South. Lived there essentially in this area for my entire life. I can say as a child, I remember seeing, growing up down around Tanner's Pond and along the creek a little further this way, 2 mink in my entire life. That's it. Despite whatever farms may be there. I grew up on a farm. I'm a farm kid. I understand agriculture. I value it. I understand needing to spread manure and things on the fields to give them the fertilization that the crops need. However, I'm not sure who they're still selling that manure to from the mink. But in just the last 2 years that I've lived in this other home, the smell is horrific. I thought my neighbor's yard was full of dog poop. It was so bad. And if it's being sold to a farmer locally and then it's being spread on these fields, I think that's the problem. I think that's a big problem. If it's being sold somewhere else and being taken out where there aren't people, then I think that's an acceptable thing. But to me, that's the biggest problem that I've noticed and that I've seen. I lost all my chickens were killed by mink. I know because I know how mink kill. My dad has had raccoons as in the area. We've never had a problem with raccoons in all the years that they were around. With chickens, never had problems with skunks killing chickens, but we have had trouble with mink killing all of our chickens. My feeling is, people need to be able to make a living, but things need to be done to protect the people that are already living there. And like I said, I've been in the area for 38 years. So, thanks.
Thank you, Sterling.
My name is Bonnie Paul Freeman.
You say Bonnie?
Bonnie, yes. Paul Freeman. I live at 4467 West, 10,000 South in Payson. And I also want to say that I am grateful for this opportunity to be heard. I believe that our government process gives everyone, every individual, the right to have a voice. And I appreciate that, and I believe in that. I have attended, this is the 3rd meeting on the mink farm. And excuse me for my shaky voice, but this is my one worst fear, public speaking. I have learned some things in these meetings that I have attended. First of all, mink farm are considered agricultural, and they're listed under the agricultural section in your laws, but also in your laws, specifically the law 5220 that states that the livestock owner is strictly responsible for its livestock and the damage that they do. I learned that the mink farm as a group, they don't consider themselves held to that law. They stated in the first meeting that the mink are wards of the state as soon as they get out of that fence. And I went home thinking, what does that mean, ward of the state? Now the state's responsible for any damage that mink does. In the second meeting, they again reiterated that mink are feral, they don't want them back because of disease and stuff. And before I go on with this, I have lived among agricultural basically all my life. My last home, I lived within less than a half a mile within 3 large dairies, and I lived directly across the street from a cattle yard. I have no problem. That's where I want to be. I want to be in open space. I have no problem with things like this, but I'm learning that all farms are not created equal. Most farmers are held to, they tag their animals, they mark their animals, they're responsible for the damage, and we can tell whose animal it is. Most farmers will come and get their animal. They say, oh, that's my cow, that's my sheep, I'm sorry for what they did. This one does not. They do not mark their animal, they're not accountable for it, thereby they're allowed deniability. I don't know whose mink that is. It can be, according to them, it's wild the second it leaves their property. That what accountability is there for their livestock. Another thing I learned from the meetings is choices do not always have your neighbor's best interest at heart. Mr. Beckstead, he seems like a nice man, and I don't have any ill will against him, but he stated he chose to come near people. He chose to be near people. It saves money. It saves delivery fees on their food. That makes me feel, after I tell you some incidences that what I have occurred, his saving money is at my expense. My experience with the mink, I've had 2 mink in my window wells that have shredded the screens. Thereby, they could have gained entry if that window had been open. The 1 mink I mistook for a kitten. I thought, oh no, this kitten is in serious trouble. It looked like it was not doing well. I jumped down in the window well to save what I thought was a kitten at the time and discovered it was a mink. Thank goodness it had already passed. Okay, the second time I mistook a mink for a kitten was in my driveway. When you live out in the rural areas, people drop kittens off. That's how I've gotten all my cats over my 50 plus years. I quickly found out that was a mink. I had to wait and watch. That animal appeared sickly. It just turned around in circle, and it did not seem right. Luckily, I realized it was a mink, backed away, and waited for help to help me. My latest experience with mink was at the door to my house. Late November, I opened the door to my house and was met by a mink. I quickly froze, thinking it was going to run, but it ran to me. It ran heading into my house. I luckily slammed the door in time, so it didn't gain entry into my house. But these incidences bring me to, you've heard about the flies, and I've told you that I've lived near 3 dairies and a cattle. The flies are nothing like that. The flies that I lived with next to the dairy farms were nothing compared to them. In late August and September of 2014, directly across the street from my house, it was spread over that large, it's probably 6 to 8 acres, maybe even larger. The neighbors have mentioned was spread manure that contained bodies. That is in direct violation of several of your codes about leaving bodies on county property. There's 3 county ordinances that it's strictly unlawful to do. I kept hoping that, okay, they're gonna turn it under tomorrow. They're gonna turn it under tomorrow. It was weeks. It was weeks. We had to put a fly bomb off in our garage, and I was sweeping out flies with a dustpan on an almost daily basis. And that's not counting the flies that were getting into our house. We had several fly strips daily in our house. It's nothing compared to the other farm that I live by.
Bonnie,
Yes?
for one that's scared of public speaking, you're doing a great job. I wonder if you could sum it up.
Okay, let me sum it up. The reason why I tell about my mink experiences, I myself have mistook these mink for a kitten twice. In 2002 and 2003, there was an incident. Just to give you background, 10%, the rabies population in bats has gone up to 10%. Okay, that's where they guard the incidence of rabies. Having the mink at my door, and it brought up this incident. We have 2 schools. One, Taylor Elementary, is 1.1 miles away from this mink farm. Barnett School is 1.2 miles from this mink farm. Straight up the road from Utah Avenue. If rabies has gone up 10% in bats, it's reasonable to think that it's gone up with everything that runs at large. In this last October, they said anytime you get a concentration of animals, you're going to get a more susceptible and more problem with rabies. Rabies is a serious health concern, and the schools are that far away. To give you an idea, I talked to a neighbor that was 1.2 miles away. He has had 3 mink caught in his yard and recently lost 10 of his 15 chickens to mink. He is 1.2 miles away from this yard. These schools are that distance, but in between that are all these hundreds of homes with children in them. If it would have been a child that was met at their door to their house or jumped in to save a kitten, what would be the outcome? In 2000, this is my last, this article, 8 children get rabies shots when a small boy thought what he thought was a cat in the mudroom of his school. It was caught in Reese Elementary School. Okay, he thought he was picking up a cat. It wasn't. It was a mink. And because of this, the child was bit. His nail was ripped off. 8 children, him and 8 others, had to go through rabies vaccinations. Is it responsible of us as a community to protect, to grant protection to a farm that's so close to people? If they're
talking Reese Elementary in Spanish Fork?
Yes, in Spanish Fork.
Yeah, right.
This is a KSL. It was in September of 2003. Okay, these rabies shots are not expensive. And if you wait for symptoms to show up in rabies, you're dead. You have to go as soon as something happens. Children don't always tell you when they encounter things. We have hundreds of children in this area, and we are being told these animals are wards of the state. They're now our problem. So then it becomes our problem to protect everyone in this neighborhood, children included, from these animals. You can tell what a sheep and a cow and a horse are. If an adult, I worked for a veterinarian for 8 years. I know what a kitten is. I mistook one twice. What is a child going to do? I work in an elementary school. Anything moves on the school grounds, it is swarmed in a matter of minutes. The child just thinks, I'm going to be the first to get it. I'm not going, they don't care what it is. We have this, having this in our area makes it, we are responsible to keep the public safe and healthy. I thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Good morning. My name's Trevor Brisk. I'll try to keep my comments fairly brief. I'm no stranger to farming. My family runs 1,800 acres in the Roosevelt area. I live here in Payson, though, and have decided to do so that I can, when we're not farming, have a rural life myself. I am also a hobby chicken farmer enthusiast. I love chickens. And one of my concerns with this whole mink thing is because of my chickens. Chickens are an animal that's not necessarily meant to be penned up. Maybe the ones that are turned into your chicken nuggets are penned up all the time, but the ones that are free ranging on my farm and foraging and everything, I want to be able to let them go, let them forage. But with the mink in the area, I am scared and don't know that I have the ability to continue doing that because of the fear that I'm going to keep losing my chickens. So that's one of my concerns. Number 2, it's already been mentioned that not at the time that the deputy went out to inspect the mink farms, but at other times, including just about 2 weeks ago, that the smell from the mink farm became very bad in the area. Increased and got terrible, and it's not a pleasant thing to have to do. We're farmers all there. We understand that there are smells, but habitual smells all the time, not taken care of, that's a problem. My third point that I'd like to bring up is I'd like to invite anyone who sits here in this room, come to my house. Let's have a picnic. Let's have a party. Let's get out hot dogs, cover them in flies, cover them in disease, and then we'll all eat them. It'll be really good. Come on. I'd personally, my cell phone number is 801-473-4001. Call me up. Let me know what day is good for you. Just send me a text message. I'll set it up. let's do it. That's my concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Trevor.
My name is Paul Westwood. I have a mink farm at 8,000 South by the Benjamin exit of I-15. I am currently in the Salem city limits. I've been the president of the Fur Commission USA, and I'm currently the president of the Utah Fur Breeders Co-op. My grandfather started raising mink in the 1940s in West Jordan. My father started raising mink in Highland. When my grandfather retired, his farm went to subdivisions. I started raising mink in Spanish Fork or Salem area. And when my father retired, his mink farm went to subdivisions. He had over 100 acres in Highland until he retired and got rid of the mink farm. So now the area I'm in starts to grow and is being surrounded. That's okay. My neighbors are good to me and I'm good to them, and I don't have any problems. I've never heard of anyone complaining to a public official about my farm. There are flies. We spray, and we don't like them in our home any more than anyone else. It's interesting that when we think the flies are under control and everything's good, and then the farmer cuts a field next to us, all of a sudden the flies head for the shade, the mink sheds, or somebody's garage, and there's an influx of flies. I don't think those flies came from the mink farm, although some do, or many do. Some of the things I've heard today that describe how mink act I've never seen, so I think it's an exaggeration. Some of the things are very accurate. But I am supportive of Beckstead's because I know the caliber of farm that they run and how clean their operation is. They will do as good a job as any farm, any mink farm in the state, and they do a very good job. So I just recommend them and the practices that they do on their farm. That's all I have to say. Is there any questions?
All right. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
My name's Sherry Bean. It's C-H-E-R-I. Doesn't matter how you spell it. My
Got it
mom
right.
got it
I got it
dead.
right now.
So we are just north of Beckstead's farm. We also have chickens, and we would like to be a viable part of the agricultural community. Now, that's hard to do we only have 12 and a half acres. There's only so much you can do with that. When they divided the county from, it was 40 acres down to 5. Anybody know what year that was?
I'm guessing late 70s based on.
No, they might have done it for a short time, but then they went back up again. I think it was like late 80s and possibly even 1990, because we were one of the first ones out there when the All Reds split up their property to buy some acreage, because there's no way we could afford 40 acres. That was way beyond our means, but we were able to get our 12 and a half. And so did a lot of people around me. What I find interesting is, although many of these farmers, it seems to be a family thing, I actually tried to call and get a hold of the co-op to see just how hard it would be for me to get into the mink business. I thought, hey, can't beat them, join them. You know, somebody knows how to make money on acreage, and apparently the mink people can. But I couldn't get a hold of people. But when I talked to a fellow who kind of got into it through marriage, and he didn't want to come because he didn't want anybody to know who he was when he mentioned some of these things. But he said that it's kind of hard to get in. You either kind of marry in or you have to be accepted to be able to get the feed that they bring, you know, and to raise your own feed might be a little bit difficult considering what they eat. Anyway, so I thought, okay, let's go back to beating this then. So everybody around me is on the 5 acres. If you look at that, you've got that that little printout that shows all the subdivisions. Can you pull that up? there's a lot of subdivisions. Most of these people, they've done this for generations, and that's awesome. I think it's great that their kids want to do what they do. But their grandfathers and great-grandfathers, they didn't buy property in the middle of 5-acre subdivisions. They bought acreage way out, and they were encroached on. And that's why they came up with the Agricultural Protection Act. I remember when the Littles had their dairy, and all these little 5-acre pieces are plopping up all around her in West Mountain. And she said, it's going to cost us money, but we're going to get agricultural protection for our farm, for our dairy. We don't want to get pushed out. And I thought, well, yeah, that's great. They have something for you. I am just so confused as to why a smart businessman, and not just this one, there's others, would take an intense commercial operation into an area right off from a city where there's a lot of people around. It just doesn't make any real practical business sense unless they're trying to down the acreage prices, because I know he was in one of the meetings, he was talking about, look at how much people are paying for these homes. But in Lehigh, land is in the small, there's not much there. And people put up with next to anything. However, I doubt that those sales happen during the summer when the smells are really intense. How long is the protection good for when it goes on?
It's 20 years.
In 20 years. My grandson's going to be at school. My granddaughters will probably be as well in college. And all of those family get-togethers we wanted to have in the summer, why is it that weekend, by golly, it reeks. And we're not talking, I've had a few whiffs from the water treatment plant, and that can be bad. The 25 years we've lived there, I've maybe smelled it 4 times, and that doesn't clear my friends out. My kids won't even come over in the summertime. If, the first thing they ask is, but Mom, can you smell the mink? And so their protection for 20 years in an area that they chose to bring in that's quite populated as far as agricultural area. We're not talking out in a county where it's urban. This is a rural county. And for them to come in, bring this in, they've got 3 families that are going to live on this as far as their family income. 3 sons that Brent is helping get into business, and that's wonderful. And I used to think, gosh, those boys sure chose wrongly. But you know what? Dad is the bank. Great people, poor decision on where to put this farm. My family, my children, my neighbors, the ones who don't move, are going to suffer for this for at least the next 20 years. And then I don't know how long. I realize they can still be there. It's agricultural. But again, they touted themselves as being good neighbors. So I looked it up, and it goes into all these fun little Christian things. But there is not one thing that is a good neighbor about the Becksteads or any of the commercial farmers that have brought these great big mink operations into areas that have the expensive homes, the estates up on West Mountain. People, you go and you see, people have, bought their little acreages, put the homes in. There are so many places they could go. The feed people will follow them. They want to sell their feed. That's money for them. And I guess I'm just disturbed that, again, that choice was made because it affects so many lives. And if they just found something further out and been encroached on, it would have been a lot easier in a lot of ways for them, not just the no people around them. That wouldn't have been an issue. The other thing is my chickens, we'd like to do free range.
Will you summarize?
I will. Except, you know what? My 5 minutes is my next 20 years, so bear with me here a little bit. We're trying to do free range hens. We lock our hens up at night. We do have skunk, we do have mink. We've lost some ducklings to skunk when we didn't put them in at night. And not mink, excuse me. No, I'd never seen a mink until the Becksteads moved their operation in. Raccoons. But the skunk and the raccoons, they hunt at night. They're wild, and they know not to go during the day. And so I've never lost any chickens or animals to them with the exception of the ducklings that I left out. this last late summer, we lost 60 hens. There may have been more, but I counted 60 from mink. And I know it was mink because I actually saw them in and dragging bodies, and I don't carry my gun with me. And I'm not fast. And if I try to take a shovel, they always get away from me. I don't kill them very efficiently. And we can't seem to cage them all. And so that was 50 producing, 60 productive laying hens, 10 turkeys, 4 of which were full grown. And these are mink taking these down. How am I going to do my free range in the back with a lot of hens when the mink are right across? And if somebody comes in and like, I guess apparently once somebody came and stole some of their mink, the sheriff was right on it. They found who the person was, and I'm sure there was some kind of recompense, something that happened to help them on that. Oh, so sorry that you lost your chickens. You know, that's too bad. Why is it that there's no help for someone else who also is trying to be a farmer, but I don't know how I'm going to bring my several hundred to the back when it's a catastrophe it's going to fail because I can lock them in at night to protect them from the raccoons and skunk. I can't protect them from mink that don't know what they are. Thanks.
Thanks, Sherry.
My name is Marlon Oldham, and I own the property just south of the Beckstead's property there. And, you know, it's interesting, there's been a lot of testimony, and the gentleman, I wish he was still here, Paul just mentioned, who spoke, was the head of the fur breeders. His farm is not in the Agricultural Protection Agency, and he stated in another meeting that when he gets encroached upon, he plans on leaving and not having to unwind that. And I wish he was here to answer that. He left right after he testified, but he mentioned that in one of the previous hearings. The difficulty I have with the Becksteads is, again, we're all out there for agricultural purposes, but the mink, and he's been stated that he's a model farmer, he's doing everything right, but the smell is unbearable. In fact, I brought a thing, and I guess I ran out of nerve. I was going to bring it here and open it up and let you smell, because it's hard to describe smell, but how bad it is that we have to live with that day and night, 24 hours, 7 days a week. And I know it's legal to what they do, but here's the difficulty. It says right in an APA, which is an agricultural protection area, are given the highest priority use status from a regulatory perspective above residential, commercial, or any other uses. So what that allows them to do is, even though they're legal to have the mink there now, it doesn't if there's any nuisances and any other things. And by the way, as was mentioned, the regulatory body is the Fur Breeders and the Mink Association. It isn't like having OSHA or the EPA or somebody else is going to say, we don't care what you do. It's too bad. They try to do what it is. But their agricultural practices, which are sound, which you've heard that they're doing, still, there's tremendous amount of flies, there's tremendous amount of stink, and I have pictures, I'm trying to be brief, of all the fences and everything. I've got pictures since all these things, and since Sergeant, I don't remember his name, went out. Their mink are still loose, they're still killing, they're in a trap. I can show you pictures if you like on my phone that I've taken from my place and my brother's place, who lives a little further to the south. And so even with all the efforts they make, the animals are amazing. They're still able to get out somehow in the transfer or whatever. They still continue, even though the efforts have been made. And so I don't believe that they need to have it's the only thing that we have. We were all there first. That's the really hard part. Same as has been mentioned, as I bought the place so I could have a place for my grandkids, my kids to come and have a farming experience. Well, my kids won't come out to the place. It has hurt me financially. I own a lot there, and once, like was described earlier, people won't have no interest. You know, I don't know, I maybe need to, I know in another meeting, Mr. Beckstead showed a lot of fancy homes around his place. I guess I need to hire Mr. Beckstead to come and have him sell my property to somebody to extol the virtues of building your dream home next to a mink farm, because I'm surely not a good enough salesman to do that. Just a point of note, Mr. Beckstead, who lives in Lehigh, has a very beautiful home that's 2 miles away. He lives 2 miles away from his own mink farm. Just something to consider. So anyway, I would hope that what the Agriculture Protection Agency does is even though the practices and the things are acceptable and do it, it does not eliminate the horrible smells and the other things, which if it's not done, then we would have some ability to protest and to counteract that. And if the Agricultural Protection Agency goes in, that all goes away. They'll just say we're doing what they're said to do, and you've heard the testimony, they are. Doesn't give us any rights to have them try to make a better effort and to eliminate the smells and that they create, which is a standard operating procedure. And it's funny, any other industry, in another industry, I've had problems with sound and other things, and we've actually had to move some of our companies and do some things because of that. But it seems like smell and those kinds of things and flies are just an accepted part. There's no penalty, there's no anything. They can just do it, and there's no recourse for that. So I would really hope that you wouldn't allow this Agriculture Protection Agency to go through. As was mentioned, over 50, 60 neighbors, and all of us in that immediate area would really not like it to see happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we have one more.
Mark Sorensen, representing Payson City. I'm their city attorney. And first of all, I appreciate you being here as commissioners. I have had my entire career in the public arena as a municipal attorney for numerous cities in the state of Utah. And I know what you and your predecessors here in Utah County have gone through to establish general plans and zoning and the type of things that allow for Utah to become the second largest mink producer in the nation, and Utah County being the first largest mink producer in the state. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with having a place for a mink farm. Although we can't ignore what your predecessors and my predecessors have done. They've established and had public input to a general plan and to zoning. Your planning commissioner, her name escapes me, but she made the motion, and she articulated a very good factual basis for her reasons on recommending a denial for this. It's a residential agricultural, I think the number is 5 zone. She pointed out that in her emphasis, the residential was what it was about. We're looking at a situation where we have, I've heard different numbers, but 50 people who probably were there before the mink farm. If it were a mink farm that had existed as long as the dairy that's down the road and further towards West Mountain, it'd have a different argument to it, and probably no argument at all, because that dairy has existed, and if it were a mink farm, that mink farm would have existed for such a long time, multi-generational. This is not multi-generational. The impact has come in 2011, just a few years ago. When you take a look at the state code, it speaks to new developments need to post this, and new developments need to do this, and new developers need to, but it doesn't talk about those who are already in place. You've addressed all the city's concerns in the county when it comes to the development, annexation boundaries. Our annexation boundary includes all of the people and the mink farm. We've developed right up, or annexed right up to the boundaries of the mink farm. It was your predecessors that looked that over and, and indicated that that was an appropriate boundary. We discussed problems when they overlapped other cities. We went through those discussions, and they are there. Your zone, our boundary description, our annexation boundaries description, and our city boundaries. It comes down to timing and impact. The county has a nuisance ordinance. And as part of the nuisance ordinance, it allows for people to bring concerns to the courts when the nuisance is, and it says it's hereby defined as any person doing or suffering or permitting any condition, and I'll jump down, that is offensive to the senses. Interesting. I found that extremely applicable to what we're dealing with. Extremely hard to prove. Extremely hard to prove. And you've heard people talk about values dropping. In other presentations to the other bodies, the Becksteads indicated that they moved to this area because it was less expensive to get feed, whether it's transportation costs or whatever. I've got no problem with that. Your nuisance statute indicates that if it tends to depreciate the value of the property of others, the impact of this mink farm and that nexus of depreciating the value of properties around, it begs that question. Now, again, I don't know how you prove that, but what's the impact? These good citizens, in my brief overview of the statutes, and that their best ability to keep a good neighbor is to be able to enforce against them these nuisances that as a community we've established. However, state law indicates when it comes to nuisances, each political subdivision shall ensure that any of its laws or ordinance that define or prohibit a public nuisance exclude from the definition or prohibition an agricultural protection area. And it goes on, talks about mining, industrial. It takes away the existing residents' ability, and they probably can't afford to take people to court, but you're taking away their ability to do that. So what's the impact? Or what do we do? Taking in the history of things?
I wonder if you could make sure and summarize for us.
The one thing I think that we can do is not protect the last comer, the mink farm. They have a right to expand, to have their mink there, to carry on their activities. But if you protect them, it's one-sided. Mr. Beckstead talked about the Lehigh operation, and he indicated they were able to stop a movie production because it was a nuisance to them, a street construction because it was a nuisance to them, and restrict the ball field's lights at night. I believe, if I recall correctly, till 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, and that's as late as they could go, because it was a nuisance to them. But it's one-sided. Those citizens can't bring it because they're protected. And for us, 20 years, where was I 20 years ago? That's a long, long time. I would ask that you honor the predecessors that put in place all of these plans, all of the ordinances, all of the things that allow people that are impacted to try to get a good neighbor. Don't take that away. Payson City doesn't have the heritage of opposing ag protection. We embrace it all the way around us. Orchards and other type of operations. The timing on this one is backwards. Backwards to the intent of the laws and the ordinances. And we'd ask that you just not allow for a protection. They're allowed to go ahead and operate their meat farm, but don't protect them. There are impacts far and wide beyond just their what they brought to our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we have one more that wants to sneak in here.
My name is Jason
Stretch if you have
Reynolds-Bacher. My name is Jason Reynolds-Bacher, and I am for the ag protection. I am for preserving the rights of agriculture, and I realize that we're in a growing area, but that is, it's kind of funny to me how a lot of people here, I've learned more about chickens these last three meetings than I have my whole life. I ask, what are you doing for the flies for your chickens? What are you, I'd like to see the receipts. I know Mr. Beckstead has spent literally thousands of dollars, maybe some people's income, what they make a year for fly protection. I know that for a fact. As far as 3 nights ago, we had horses get out close to our house. We got them out. We helped put them away. Things happen. Cows get out. My neighbor has chickens. They come over to our house all the time. I guess I just kind of look beyond that because I live in the county, and that's just kind of the way we chose to have our life. And something else that got brought up, I don't know if anybody's ever drove in Lehigh or not. I'm sure nobody has. But there's mink farms all over the place, and there is $1 million to $750,000 homes all over up there. So I do argue that statement. There's beautiful homes up there that are next to mink ranching. I am much more worried about my kids getting kicked by a horse, ran over by a cow, than a 4-pound mink. So I think we're kind of getting, and it's irrelevant to this because this is about ag protection. This is not about, if they can, I believe they can raise mink. They live in the United States of America and they bought 41 acres, they bought lawfully and legally, they can raise mink. And so this isn't about that. This is about granting them ag protection. And I am for it, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Jace. Okay, on the public comment side, if we can close that now, I do want to give the the applicant an opportunity for a couple of minutes if he would like to kind of summarize, and hopefully it will be a couple of minutes. And then we can kind of move forward. Yeah, if you need to stand up, go ahead and stand up.
I'll just be brief. I appreciate everybody's input, and again, like I said in my opening statements, we have not broken any laws. We're well within our rights. We've done what the county has asked us to do, and the state statutes. We've followed everything at the state statute. We comply with all that, and some of the things that have been said are not accurate at all. And Mr. Oldham, that is true. I do live approximately 2 miles away from my ranch. But I live within a 1/4 mile of a mink ranch, and I live within 3/8 of a mile of Clementine Farms, which this one lady has some friends who own that or work there or whatever the situation is. And I live 3/8 to 1/2 a mile from a livestock feed operation. So when we barbecue every Sunday, I grew up on a mink ranch. Our mink sheds were 130 feet from the back door. So, but I do, sympathize with them. And again, we were within our zoning, and within our rights. Earlier, when we applied, we did not have the 40 acres we do now. And I will be glad to work with the engineers on the easements along the frontages if we need to.
Can I ask you, because you said something opening that I wanted to clarify, and I just want to make sure we get this right. On the easements, you said, hey, I don't really want to get under my 40 acres, but I'm okay to work with the engineers. So in other words, you want us to approve the ag protection in its full, knowing, and give you the option to go back and work, not grant the right of ways from the beginning.
I will give you the right-of-ways or easements that you need, and I will sell it as long as that you will give me a variance.
Right, I know you're saying that, but I just want to be clear. Are you saying that you want to be a good partner, or you want us to work that in? If we were to approve the ag protection area, you're okay with us carving out those roads as part of the ag protection area?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Any other questions?
None.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you for your participation. We are going to close this part of it and probably move it back up here to the bench, but I wanted to ask the other commissioners, as the public hearings official, if you felt like that we'd given the public the opportunity to speak, and if there was anything that you saw in the nature that maybe didn't allow that to happen.
No.
Okay. All right, very good. Then we will close the public hearing on that, and we will move to number 1 on our regular agenda. Number 1 on our regular agenda is to approve, modify and approve, or reject, and there is a fourth one in there, and that is that we could continue for whatever period of time the proposed Beckstead Agricultural Protection Area application to the Utah County Public Works modification request as stated in number 1 on the regular agenda. And now's the time for us to have discussion.
Perfect. I'll start us off here. One thing that I wanted to point out and bring before us and also help the public be aware of is it's clearly defined in our ordinances. When we look at an ag protection area, the evaluation process that we are to consider. The first thing that we're to consider is whether the land is currently being used for agriculture. In this particular instance, it is. Second, is it zoned for agriculture? In this particular instance, there is no question that it lies within an agricultural zone. Is it viable for agricultural production? I've driven by the property, I've seen the pictures. There's no question that it has access to agricultural water, it has good hay production, and the ranching mink operation is certainly viable in that particular area. The fourth criteria is the extent and nature of existing or proposed improvements. And to me, this comes back to good farming practices. As an agriculturalist myself, it's very important to me that we support farming, as was mentioned earlier, and that we support farming in good farming practices. It's been evident from the experts in this field that those good farming practices are in place. In relationship to agricultural protection, if for some reason the individuals are not following good farming practices, then they are still you can still bring complaint against them. So there is that protection built back into the public. It's not robbing you of that. It's actually holding the farmer to a standard of good agricultural production, but enhancing their protection from encroachment and other threats. And the fifth thing we consider is anticipated trends in technology and conditions in agriculture. In this one particular regard, there's an alarming statistic to me, and that is in the United States of America. We consistently lose about every hour 40 acres of agricultural land. So why in the world are we not taking the measures, reasonable measures, to protect acreage from being lost? To me, that's an alarming trend in this country. And it's something that as an elected official, I take very seriously because I believe it's essential for a free society to have family farms and to provide the protection necessary to those family farms to continue to provide the goods and products that they deliver to the community. I live within a half-mile radius of 2 mink farms myself, We have over 50 horses. I understand flies and the joys of living in an agricultural area. But I love it. And I love it because it's in my blood and it's what we do. And for me personally, I believe when we have an opportunity to reverse national trends by providing protection to agriculture from encroachment, that we should responsibly consider all sides, and then if the criteria is met, take the responsible action and protect those agricultural areas. In regards to this particular motion before us, I think there is some consideration on the easement and how we want to handle that, given the nature of it, could drop it below the 40 acres and how we want to work that as it currently exists. Obviously, they without question meet the criteria, which lends me to support this particular protection.
The reason I had, sorry.
If I could just jump in, just for information. Although we did bring it back up here to the bench, a commissioner can ask any of the staff members or anyone else to come up and participate, so
Yeah,
Commissioner.
and I forgot to ask this question. Going back to Commissioner Ivy's second point, the zoning, and it was asked, because I know that they did the general plan in the late 70s, but in the RA5 zone, has there ever been a change, or has it always been allowed to allow mink farming or all agricultural types? Or was there a change that included, excluded, then re-included, that you can recall?
Yeah, I'm not sure I have the answer to that question. Dave, do you know? And I'm not
No
familiar with it.
amendments in the recent 20, 30 years to the RA5 zone that we would have, okay.
Not that I'm
was really
aware
my-
of,
I don't
no.
recall a time when it was not a permitted use.
Okay, and that was really my question, because, that's part of the issue, right, is permitted uses.
Sure.
So.
While I'm here, let me just remind you that the criteria by the statute, you've highlighted those criteria are important in your determination here today. But I also want to remind you that we've had a couple of cases that were appealed from on ag protection issues. Our most recent case, the district court actually held that the ag protection decision that you make is a legislative decision, meaning that you should consider that criteria, but that is not the only consideration that you have to make. You can consider other issues as well, other things that may have come up, and to make your determination. So you are making a legislative decision here today. That's determined by the court. So thank you.
Thank you.
So back to Commissioner Ivy's other question, on the roadways, I guess we have to, if we were to include the right-of-ways, we would have to have a finding, correct?
Well, we're gonna have to have a finding either way, but
We have to have a finding.
if we include the roadways, then we'll have to have a condition.
Okay.
It's conditional.
So I guess my question is if we're inclined and the applicant is willing to do it, why would we not include them and address the whole concern all at once, right? If ag protection is that a protection, and he's willing and had the questions, I guess my question would be, why would we not include those with findings or,
And maybe if I can, as we're discussing this, I'm glad that question came up, because that was one that I was gonna ask him specifically, because I'm inclined to follow the Ag Board's decision on this, which was the ag protection excluding the right-of-ways. And I've always kind of leaned that direction, even from the past. And so but with that comment that, he's fine with that. Now, realizing that if we include it, or I should say, as we exclude it from the ag protection, there's certain things that can be done, but if it's included, then he has that protection there too. But at any time, he can sell it. He could move it and change it. Even if it was an ag protection, he could also turn right around and say, let's carve out this part. So I naturally would be inclined to not have those or exclude those from the ag protection. But I'd be willing to consider it, especially if the applicant doesn't see it as, one, hurting the farm, hurting the operation, or hurting the future, like we had that issue with cherry trees and so forth. They plant them and then all of a sudden it takes 7 years.
And my only reason, and I agree with you, because that's how I was leaning as far as not the carve-outs either. My only reason is with the controversial nature of ag protection areas, does it not afford the protection, more protection if we do the carve-outs and give the whole piece
Absolutely.
as one defensible.
Absolutely.
So,
It doesn't eliminate the opportunity, though, for them to sell it
That's
at any
right.
time, but it does give, it does give them a stronger negotiating stick.
right.
Any other thoughts?
No.
Okay, then a motion would be in order. And remember, we have a
Many
bunch of
options.
different options. You have them listed there, what the options are.
Go ahead, Nathan.
So make sure I'm following your conversation correctly. You would like to drop the Public Works modification?
Well,
Include it.
I don't care either way.
I could. I could approve this, this request, just as the Ag Board, did with the, excluding the right-of-way,
Okay,
rights-of-way.
so as written. And I'm fine with that. Make sure I get that right. So I would move that we, let me just double, so on your,
Sorry, I if I can jump back in. We need to make sure in the motion that we make this subject to the findings that
Right.
we will have to have for next week. So if we can make sure that that is included, that will keep us out of hot water with our attorneys.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
sorry, I'm just making notes, make sure I get that right. So I would move that we approve the proposed Beckstead Agricultural Protection Area application with the Utah Public Works modification request to exclude the roads right-of-ways withheld from the proposal.
I think you got
Nope.
that.
I want to drop that.
I dropped that last
Sorry.
part. If that's,
Yeah,
if I'm
between the
understanding
comma and
your.
the semicolon.
Yep.
would
So,
be
so
what
I'd move that we approve the proposed Beckstead Agricultural Protection Area and subject to commission findings. Does that work, Dave? Is that the right verbiage?
Hold the button. Hold the button till it goes green. That's awesome. We can mute our attorneys. You're on.
I think you stated that the first time you stated it was accurate if you're trying to exclude the road right-of-ways from the ag protection area.
Oh, I
Is
see
that
what
what
you're
you were
saying.
trying to do? So the way you stated that the first time would be doing that, because that would be with the Public Works modification to exclude the roads right-of-way.
Okay. And is he okay on the findings? Are we okay on the findings?
Yes, and that motion would be subject to next week's formal adoption of findings and formal written decision.
With the exclusion of the.
But you
right-of-ways.
would need to include the variance from the 40-acre requirement.
So in other
if you
words,
are
number
excluding
one
the
with
roads.
findings.
Well, I don't think because we have enough acreage.
If you're going to exclude the road right-of-ways, then you will drop below that, so then you would need to adopt the exception because you will be below 40 acres when you exclude the road
So
right-of-ways.
that's why I was leaning toward including them.
I thought we
to
were.
give him the acceptance without the
what it is.
acreage.
So let me see if I can, I'll put my statement here as to where I feel we should proceed, and then maybe we can address that. I'd like to approve, my feeling is that we should approve the proposal without the roads in them, so that it maintains at a 40-acre parcel with commission findings, and then we would go back and retroly work with the landowner to find the easements necessary when road improvements became required.
Sure.
That sounds
Okay.
like a great motion. You got
Okay,
that?
now hold on
With
though.
his
That's-
understanding.
You can't do both, so
Right,
if
right.
if you're going to approve it without the roads in it, it's going to be below 40 acres. So if you're going to approve it without the roads, then you will have to also approve the exception to the 40 acre.
No, I think what he's saying is that he's approving it, but not approving the roads.
So that it's at
that we
40
do
acres.
have the 40
I
acres.
am at 40 acres.
That's what he's saying.
You will not have 40 acres if you don't approve the roads.
That doesn't make sense.
You're pulling the roads out.
No.
He doesn't want to give public, they don't
Wait.
want to give Public Works the roads.
Hold on.
In other words, we're letting him
We're
keep
not
all his
giving the
land.
roads to anyone.
It's the land for for the easement. He
Right.
does not want to put, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to summarize. He does not want that to be a part, he wants that to be a part of the ag protection.
Okay. If that's the intent, that the roads be included in the ag protection area as originally requested by the applicant,
Right.
Yes.
Because that's what keeps us at the 40 acres.
Hey, now,
yes, that
Th-
then
this
meets the
is
40 acre
this is
requirement.
why I think we should put the roads in. Okay, is from the mere fact that if you put the roads in, we can address it once, being under the 40. So even when we work back and do, he will fall under. So if we're trying to add the protection, we can put the road right of ways in, do the findings, and the exception to the under 40 rule as approved by the commission. That's the reason I would move for that way. I'm okay either way, but you see what I'm saying?
I'm not quite.
If we then go back and carve out and he sells, he then falls under the 40 acres. Potentially.
Oh, I see where you're going with it. So if he did sell that part of it, then
To
you're
us.
afraid that then the ag protection on the rest of the property go away?
Yes.
Commissioners,
It
what,
won't change it. If he drops below after the fact.
Okay.
That doesn't have an effect on.
right, it doesn't have
Okay.
an effect on it. So
That's-
if they're approved with the 40, we're good to go. And then at any point in
Okay.
time, acreage can be taken out and it can be below, and you're
And it
okay.
can be below, but it's still in the protection.
I just
correct?
want to verify that protection.
Good.
Okay.
And that's a great
Go ahead.
clarification, and I just wanted to make sure on that. Okay, so I'll move that we approve the proposed Beckstead Agricultural Protection Area, subject to commission findings.
Second.
Yeah, I've got a motion and a second to approve the Beckstead application as stated with findings for next week. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 3-0. All right. Thank you. We'll wait 1 second, and then we'll move to the next commission agenda item. Everyone can stand up, take a break. How's that? Stand up.
Yeah.
Lasted most of the
Basically. No, they're not. They're not.
Yeah. You'll be up next.
I'm sorry about that. And I'm still learning.
As it was applied. Yeah, that was all I was trying to get
I
to,
might have
was
to
to
call
make
a
sure he was protected, because I'm like,
No, and I got that. And that was, my feeling is by putting it at 40 acres, it strengthens the state's mission because you're not carving an exemption.
Right.
And then if he does need to sell it in the future, he needs
a willing partner.
He's still protected.
You don't need to hurt a willing partner who's saying, okay, fine, you want 12 feet of roadway, here you go.
Price is right, they're gonna
The one thing that might be considered is changing it to a conditional use in your ordinance. You have a chance to include it as a conditional use in your ordinance rather than have it be a permitted use.
What?
Now, say that again?
Yeah, but I want it to be a permitted use.
Yeah.
I just, a couple of them started talking about how blah, 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 and I'm like, I just wanted to prove to them that that rule hasn't changed.
Yeah.
That was all. I knew that answer.
Okay, we're gonna try to start back up again after everyone's had a chance to wiggle out.
Are we gonna need our screens on again? Do I need my screens on anymore? Do I need my screen on anymore?
No, you can.
Okay, we are going to, oh, hang on, I gotta wait for the thumbs up. It means we're recording. Okay, we are now gonna move to consent agenda item number 5, which was pulled off of consent to be talked about. And Commissioner, I believe you're the one that pulled that one off, so. I'll-
Yeah. Again, not that we have a concern with this, but if you wouldn't mind coming and speaking as far as what VOCA does, again, since we have some people and just an opportunity to tell the good work that they do.
Not a problem. My name is Jason Randall. I'm a sergeant with Utah County Sheriff's Office. I supervise the Special Victims Unit. The Victim Advocate Program is an integral part of the Special Victims Unit with the Sheriff's Office. Not as pleasant to look at as Brianne Wilkes, who's the program coordinator, nor do I have all the resources at my command, but she was out of town today, so I'm trying to pinch hit for her. The VOCA grant, most of our victim advocate program, or a good portion of it, is funded out of the VOCA grant. It's funded through a federal, the Crime Reparations Act. This money comes down through offenders that are given, like the whole Bernie Madoff thing where he gets a huge fine. All that money goes into a fund that is then repatriated down through the system. And the VOCA grant, the CJC is funded off that. Our program's funded off of that. The Victim Advocate Program that we have for Utah County is amazing. Just this last year alone, even though they were short-staffed, they helped more than 1,100 victims. And for a good portion of the year, there was only 2 people doing that. We have a director, which is Brianne, another victim advocate, and a part-time victim advocate. They wrote a grant to bring a Spanish-speaking victim advocate on board. And with those 1,100 victims that were helped this last year, they provided over 6,100 services to those victims with just 2 and 3 people. They're phenomenal. So the grant you see before you is all those numbers are in there. The numbers did go up this year because for the first time, fortunately, because they continue to make these grants more difficult to get and to apply for, and the statistics. But for the first time, they're allowing them to do the grant on a 2-year basis. So instead of doing it every year like we've done in the past, this grant will now be for the next 2 years. And because we do have the market study that's coming into place, I know Brianne has met with personnel to try to kind of guesstimate, get the best range where some of those pay increases are going to come to make sure that our victim advocates stay competitive with where the rest of the region is. And so that was the reason for the increase. And any questions you have,
No.
I will do my best to answer.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, a motion to be in order.
I'll move that we ratify the signature stated in consent agenda item 5.
Second?
Got a motion and a second to ratify the signature as stated number 5 on the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes 3-0.
All
All right, I'm calling it number 10, but I know we moved the numbers on it, but still, just as reference, yeah.
Yes, so from consent agendas 10 and 11, Don, just a quick question. I know we have these particular activities within our buildings on a regular basis, it seems like. Is there any particular concerns or alarms in either one of these applications from your perspective?
No, there's not. We look at each one that comes in and make sure what they're doing is not going to cause damage to the facility or traffic problems within the facility. These seemed okay, so.
Perfect, and you feel they're consistent with promoting the well-good of the community through the use of the facility?
I'm just hoping Winter Farms participates like Costco and
They
Sam's
told
Club
me they're bringing
brings
chocolate
fresh
milk
fruit.
and orange juice. So
Perfect.
See, that's what I'm talking
Those are
I can
my,
do
my
it.
primary questions with that. I don't have additional ones.
Okay. A motion to be in order then.
I'll move that we approve the request as stated in consent agenda item number 10.
Second?
I got a motion and a second to approve consent agenda number 10. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes 3-0.
I'll move that we approve the request as stated in consent agenda item number 11.
Second.
I got a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda number 11 as stated. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, Don.
That passes 3-0. On number 15, the only reason, I just wanted Jim to talk about this a little bit. There was some pretty high numbers in there if you look down through that. And so just give him an opportunity. We're talking about tax credits and refunds.
These are just as a result of updates to the personal property accounts. They were either done by audit through the Utah State Tax Commission or through our personnel here as they update the accounts after they're filed. All the businesses have to submit their personal property filing by May 15th, and then our personnel goes in and enters them. Some of them are flagged for audits, and so the state will come in and handle those. Some of them, they have 30 days after they receive their bill to appeal the value that is entered in, and so there's also that comes into play as well, which is the case with the 2 that you're referring to.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions on that? Motion would be in order then.
Move that we approve the tax credits as stated in item consent agenda item 15.
Second?
We had a motion and a second to approve the tax credits and refunds as stated number 15. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes 3-0. Okay, we're now on regular, well, it's on the paper, it's stated regular agenda number 4. And
Did we have someone from ADAP? Yes.
there we go. Okay.
Cami Taylor, HR Director.
Cindy Simon, Director of Clinical Services for Substance Abuse.
Perfect. Thank you, Cindy. Just a couple clarification questions on this particular one. Could you go through and briefly explain why there's a need for this particular position in your department? And then the funding mechanism for this particular position?
So there was an increase in funding for our department for the, to address the opiate epidemic. And we have contracted with a full-time addictionologist, sorry.
No, it's actually really good.
Okay. And this position would be to support her in doing her role in increasing access and improving connecting clients to resources that they would benefit from. And the funding is from the STR block grant, federal funds.
Okay, so this comes from the federal, and this is a continuing funding source, or how long do we anticipate having this?
It's a grant-funded position. We anticipate the funds for at least 3 years, and we hope to sustain afterward.
It's perfect. Cami, any concerns or thoughts from Human Resources on this additional position?
No, there's not. It's a position that we're already paying for contracted services, so we're adding the position. It's funded on the salary and the benefit side from the federal government.
Perfect. I appreciate this, and I'm hoping the anticipation here is this will help reduce the number of deaths and incidents we have from the opioid epidemic here in Utah County.
But we hope. Yeah.
And I really appreciate all that you do as a department in providing services to the community to help with that particular drug abuse situation. And as a result, I'm very supportive of this particular opportunity.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, a motion would be in order.
I will make sure I'm on the right number here. I'll move that we authorize an addition to the Department of Drug and Alcohol Prevention and Treatment Staffing Plan for one full-time career service grant, as stated in regular agenda item number 4.
Second.
We had a motion and a second to authorize an addition as stated number 4 on the regular agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Passes 3-0. Thank you. Okay, number 9.
5. She held 5.
Oh, okay.
Want to discuss the
I
contracts?
didn't think we
I was
did, but
happy if you
I
don't
thought I
want
may have
to.
missed it. I thought you actually asked for it to move. So if there's no questions, I'll just make a motion.
I'm,
I don't have
Okay.
any.
I will move that we approve and authorize regular agenda item 5.
Second?
I've got a motion and a second to approve and authorize regular agenda item number 5 as stated. All in favor, say aye.
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 That passes 3-0. Okay, now to number 9. If there's questions on that, we can do that. But when we come to a motion, there needs to be findings in here.
So I would just move that we've kind of set a tradition here. It's not our policy. Maybe we ought to actually add it to the ordinance that we'd like a follow-up.
Yes.
But we would ask that you would reach out to these people as well. So we'd like just a quick snapshot of how the event went and a report, basically.
Let's just
I'll let
make sure
them
and
know.
put that in the motion.
Yes,
That'd
I
be
will.
great.
Then I will move that we approve the request from Blue Haven Foundation to waive the $200 event fee and the $30 park reservation fee for the use of Benjamin Park for the Fiesta Days 50 Blue Haven Half Century Charity Bike Ride on July 29th, 2017, with the findings that the public good is outweighed by the fee, with the additional request that they come and report on the success of the event to the commission.
Second?
Okay, I've got a motion and a second to approve the request as stated in the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes 3-0. Okay, on number 10, which is the ratification.
Some of you made it all the way.
Yeah, you stayed long.
Congratulations.
On this one, we'll just have a summary of it, and then we'll have the opportunity for public. And again, if I could remind you, this one's different than a public hearing. we encourage and we appreciate input, and maybe if we could, well, we'll have a summary on it, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. Robert Moore, Utah County Attorney's Office. I was asked to prepare a letter exercising our rights under, the county's rights under the Fifth Amended Interlocal Cooperation Agreement between Provo City and Utah County regarding the ice sheet authority, which I did. The commission, I talked to them each one individually, and each one of you agreed to that. I then had Commissioner Lee sign that and sent that to Provo City. They have received that letter, and I know they've reached out to you in regards to it. Today is just a ratification of that action, meaning that since you've already said you would sign it or said that you authorize it, then you need to ratify it today. If you decide at some future time that you would like to change or amend or modify, then that would be done in a subsequent agenda, not today's agenda. So that's the action before you today. Again, it's already been sent out, received by Provo City.
And just for clarification, the reason Commissioner Lee's name's on it is he is our chair.
That's correct.
Voted and elected by us.
Yes, he is the chair. We typically have the chair sign on agreements, letters, et cetera, that are on behalf of the county commission.
Right.
So that has been done. Any questions for me?
Would you be willing to kind of summarize a timeline on what that letter is?
Sure,
We're talking about
sure.
the 60 days, 180
Yeah.
days, and kind of what that is so that we know what frame we are in.
Sure. So under the Fifth Amendment Interlocal Cooperation Agreement between Utah County, again, and Provo City, once we exercise the option for a notice of termination, it's a 180-day notice, basically. That allows time for certain events to occur. The first event that needs to occur within the first 60 days. Provo City has to make the determination whether they want to basically take over the facility. And that's where we're at right now. So we're at that determination. If they do not...
In writing.
In writing,
And we haven't
yes.
received anything yet.
We have not received anything from Provo City, correct. So the ball's in their court. So if Provo City decides one way or the other, then that brings us to our next action, which if neither party were to want to continue with this, then you would be looking at the potential of trying to sell it to a third party. If that doesn't work, then you would be looking at an option to put it on for auction and things like that. There are other options out there. That's not what I think we're looking at, or you were looking at when you talked to me about this. I think that you were trying to exercise your
You're now
option.
saying things that have never been discussed, actually.
Correct. It is the option under the agreement, but that's not necessarily what the action was taken. The action was taken just to provide notice of termination under the agreement, which then puts the ball back in Provo's court to decide whether they want to move forward with the facility or not at this time, the next 60 days.
Yes.
From the date of the letter, receipt of the letter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will now, without objection from either commissioner, move into some public comment. And again, if you would be so kind to, how many people are thinking of public comment, just so I can get a count, kind of a rough count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Can we tell Mr. Stevens he only can come up one time, though, this time? Just kidding.
If we could, I think I got that. So in counting that to kind of be fair as much as possible, I'm just gonna pick a number out and you tell me if there's any objection to it, but I'm gonna, if we could go about 2 minutes. 2 minutes for that.
It's a 2-minute minor.
Yeah, right. That's very good. I like that. You know, we'll have to get your name for that for the record, but anyway, yeah. Okay. So if we could go
For the record, we do move a little slower on the phone.
Yeah, it took me a second, but we got there.
Respect the line and please line up over here and
Yeah.
go in order, because last time we did have some people that waited and.
Yeah, so
and
if we could do the 2 minutes, I will, if it's all right, I will, again, with commissioner's approval on this thing, if we get to the minute 45-ish, I will just say summarize. Is that fair enough to give everybody a chance? Okay. All right, so it looks like we got a young man right here in a hat. Come on up, make sure and state your name, and then you're ready to go.
I'm Brian Post Jones. Okay. Why are you guys trying to get rid of the ice rink, Since the ice rink is for people to go. And you guys are taking it away for people. So I think the ice rink should stay where it is.
Okay.
Not be gone the next day or the day before that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming up.
I am Grayson Post Jones. I'm from Pleasant Grove. And when I was 6 or 7, I went to practice skating, and I would fall down a lot, but I would get up very quickly. But now I'm 8.
It's as low as it goes, actually. You're doing very good.
Too bad we don't have something to stand on there.
Yeah.
That was mother approved.
And now, because I have not skated in a very long time, I'm really not good at it. And when I was learning how to skate, I was a little bit slow, but all that I cared about was that I was a good skater. And that's all.
Thank you. If we have any others that are smaller like that, there is a microphone right here on this desk that can be used too.
My name is Serenity Post Jones. I'm from Pleasant Grove. Those two are mine. We love the ice rink. It gives kids an opportunity to do something they wouldn't do otherwise. I see kids from all over the county there. I think it's an important part of our community, and I would hate to see the county pull out of it.
All right, thank you.
My name is Tracy Snap, and I'm from Springville. And my 2 girls love to ice skate. I do too. My youngest has autism. She has been doing so well in the Learn to Skate program. Skating has helped her so much. I'm a single mom. I sacrifice to have my kids in skating. It's so worth it to see them smile while they are skating. And when they showed on the news what's a possibility of happening to our rink, my 9-year-old sobbed because it's one of her favorite things to do. Please, let's keep our rink in Provo. And it's an Olympic venue. We love it. We're proud of it. And I grew up in Salt Lake at Hygeia Rink. It's no longer, but they have others there that replaced it. This is a special place for us. It's my happy place. It's the one place that I am so happy to watch my kids skating. I'm proud of their accomplishments. My older daughter was in a competition and took first place her first competition. My youngest, who has autism, will be in her first competition in a couple weeks, and then 2 weeks after that, they'll both be skating in a performance called Skate for Cancer. It's an amazing venue with amazing opportunities for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Stevens. I live in Provo, Utah. I love the rink. My children use the rink frequently, but you can't use the force of government to pick winners and losers. The Brintons, who own the ice skating rink, I worked for them for a little while. Mr. Brinton is a shrewd man of business. He knows how to make a profit. I'm sure that if he wants to keep the rink, that if the county decides not to go and fund it any further, he will find a way to make it profitable. I hope it stays, but I also know it's not right to go steal money from citizens to go support a businessman in his ventures. I have to actually leave now.
But we are only gonna get you once today.
Well, yeah, but I asked the permission to go submit a petition to suspend the employment of a county employee. I have supporting evidence, I have supporting witnesses. Is that something
We
I can
have
do
to
now?
rule that out of order.
Do you? Okay.
Just because of our rules and
Okay.
and what we have.
Is there a place I can do that?
You can give any of that to one of our assistants or over here.
Okay,
They're all
great.
in.
Yeah, we need to stay on
Right
the
there.
on the
Thank you.
topic.
Brian's
Yeah,
there, or
Brian's
the other
over
two are back
Yeah.
here.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
thanks.
Hi, I'm Erin Short from Payson. I actually founded the Facebook page that we started when this all came up and drafted the letter that a lot of our parents sent, hopefully, to you three people. So I just want to voice our concerns as the citizens outside of Provo. We're very concerned about the county pulling out. Utah has a history of counties working together with Parks and Recreation. Salt Lake works with the Oval, the county, not the city, the county does. It keeps our costs low. Right now, we drive, a lot of us, from miles and miles away from Provo to bring our kids to the rec center. If fees increase, that won't happen. We won't be able to justify spending $200 extra a month on gas on top of extra fees that will be levied against outside of Provo citizens. When you look at the Provo Rec Center, fees can be double, triple for non-residents to participate in events there, and they should be, because they don't get money from you guys. It would be detrimental to the county to pull out of the arena, to sell it to Provo, to sell it to a third party, would be detrimental not only to the arena, but to the kids who have built that facility. We've been there for years working with Foster and with Jackie, spreading the word, getting kids involved in skating, telling them that it's worth the drive time and the hours that my son spends in the car, eating, doing homework. The sacrifices that are made for my kids already to go to Provo are huge. We need the county in that rink to keep the fees where they are and to keep it a viable facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brian Blum, and I was told by Patrick Parrott to apologize that the Devils didn't make the playoffs. That was for you.
Yes.
Anyway.
Somebody knows me well.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, I thank you for letting all of us have time to speak. Obviously, the rink is very important to me and to others. I serve on the high school board for hockey. I'm also the head coach for the Utah County North area. I live in Pleasant Grove. And, one of the things that I try to do as a coach is I try and create a team environment where the kids have a safe place to go. Winning the championship's not the number one thing for me. It's fun, we try for it, but that it's a safe place. And I know that hockey, when I was in high school, kept me out of trouble. And I know for a fact that these young men and young women that are on my team, they come to the rink because it's a safe place. And I noticed in the minutes you just approved someone to help with drug prevention. The ice rink is a wonderful place for teenagers. It's a wonderful place for youth. It's a family friendly. We tout ourselves in Utah County as being family friendly. That's exactly what you're supporting, and I appreciate your support of this rink for these years, for building it, for the support. The rink is doing much better, and it's getting closer and closer to break even. It's still got a ways to go. And so I hope that you'll rescind this termination notice and that you'll support the rink, continue to support until it gets to break-even status. Just a couple real quick points because I want to give them time. 75% of the users are outside of Utah, outside of Provo. They're like me, Pleasant Grove, American Fork, Alpine. The growth in Utah County, there's a lot of growth. It's not in Provo, it's in the county. And a facility like an ice rink isn't like a city pool. It's not like a city baseball field. You can't have an ice rink in every city. That it's just not economically feasible. So to support your county constituents, we need an ice rink. And I think it makes total sense for the county to support the modest funds that are needed to keep it running.
Make sure and summarize if you can.
Final point, I think the rink could probably be even more, they could run things a little better to make us get to that break-even point. Patrick Parrott, who had to leave, he's the coach for UVU. He, he suggested that we have a commission, to help the rink get to that break-even status. There's things we can maybe pull together, a bunch of business-like-minded people, and help make the rink get there. But please don't drop your support of it at this point. We really need your support. I hope you'll rescind the termination notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lori Gilson, and I'm from Eagle Mountain, Utah. We have been skating at the rink for about 8 years now. I want to thank you, first of all, for your support thus far for the rink. We've put thousands and thousands of hours into skating at the rink, more money than I would ever like to add up. My daughter is a competitive figure skater, just like many of these figure skaters. You see with the medals on. She has big dreams, and the rink is helping her accomplish those dreams. In addition to that, my son took hockey lessons for a couple years. Believe it or not, I even took adult learn to skate lessons. My entire family has been involved with this rink, and we love it. But in addition to that, I've attended field trips there. I've attended church groups there. I've attended birthday parties there. Again, I'm from Eagle Mountain. That's not like a hop, skip, and a jump away. We travel to go to this rink, and we love this rink. Because my daughter is a competitive figure skater, we have spent time at other rinks. There is no rink that is better than Peaks Ice Arena in Utah. It's an outstanding rink. The ice is very well maintained. The staff is fantastic. The pricing is very economical for us. In addition to paying for private coaches and paying for competitions and costume, or can't call it a costume, but costume, has a lot of glitter, sparkles. We have to pay for ice time, which is fair, right? We're highly invested in this rink, and compared to all of those other rinks, this really is a phenomenal place to skate. If you follow our Save Our Hockey Rink petition, have you guys been on that page? So we have over 4,100 signatures of people, the large majority outside of Provo, that want to save this rink. We're concerned. We know you guys don't want to shut it down. We know there's been a little bit of fear-mongering going on. We know you're not trying to shut down the rink. We get that. But we are very concerned about a private buyer. Because as soon as this rink is privatized, I don't know that I can afford. And most of these parents won't be able to afford the increased fees. And when things become privatized, it becomes about the bottom line. And we want it to be about serving Utah County's youth, not the bottom line. Utah County's youth need a place where they can skate and play hockey and soccer and futsal and so many other sports. And this serves as a safe and fun and challenging place for them. They learn life skills that they won't be able to learn if they become priced out because of Provo owning this entirely or because of it becoming privatized. I would like to petition you three gentlemen to seek taxpayer comment. We realize that although we're very passionate about the rink, we are not the only people in Utah County, and it's not the only place that money needs to go. But if there could be a public hearing, if there could be public comment, because I think you'll find that in addition to individuals like myself and like all of these people here, the public loves this rink. Go skate in December. Good luck skating in December. It's so busy, you can't skate in December. And that's, obviously everybody's favorite skating time, but the rink is always busy. If you go there at midnight, it's busy. If you go there at 6 a.m., which I do, we're crazy, it's busy. It is busy and well-loved. And so I would petition you to please consider all of Utah County citizens and how they'll be affected by the closing of this rink or by the privatization of this rink. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shelly Gramajo, and I live in Provo. I was the president of the Peaks Figure Skating Club from 2012 till 2014, and I have served as the membership chair till today. I wanted to let you know that the vast majority of our membership as a club does come from outside of the city of Provo. And in fact, our club has grown, not just double, not just triple, but we've almost quadrupled the number of skaters in our club since 2012 when I was the president. In 2012, our club hosted the Pacific Coast sectionals competition. It's the largest figure skating competition on the West Coast, and we were the smallest club in U.S. figure skating at the time. And the fact that we pulled off that level of a competition was astounding to U.S. figure skating. And the only reason we were able to do it is because of the number of volunteers that we were able to pull in from the community, not just from our club, but from family members who wanted to come and support their skaters, from people who had no connection to our club, who were just excited about this competition that was coming to our city, to our county. And we pulled it off, and we received very high praise from all of our officials that we had at that competition. And my daughter has been skating since she was 9 years old, and she's 15. She skates every day, and she skates for at least an hour and a half every day. If the rink became privatized and prices went up, we would not be able to continue to afford it. And my husband and I both work full-time. There is no way that we could transport her to a facility up in the Salt Lake area, and she would not be able to skate anymore. And I don't know what that would do to her. I don't know what that would do to my family. It would break her heart. So I also wanted to speak to the fact that one of the comments I have heard regarding the reasoning behind pulling out of supporting the rink is that other cities are approaching the county and saying, well, but you have an agreement with Provo City. And I would argue that creates a false dichotomy, because if you go to the Provo City Rec Center, almost everybody there is a resident of Provo City. If you go to the Lehigh City Rec Center, everybody there comes from Lehigh. Same thing in Orem, same thing in every city that has a city recreation center, but the rink is different. On any given day, on any given night, the majority of people in that building, I would argue, don't live in Provo. They come from miles away because they want to skate. They come from miles away to train. They're athletes. They come from miles away to recreate. They come from miles away to hold birthday parties and church functions. This is not a Provo City facility. This is a county facility that everybody in the county should be allowed to utilize and should bear some of the cost of supporting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Woodland, and this is my daughter, Casey Woodland. I think it's very obvious from the group of people that are in attendance today that the support is huge. And I think we're all here for maybe an explanation of why the letter was sent, so that we have an understanding, so that we can be proactive and maybe be a solution to this problem, if you will, so that we can work with the county and with the city in coming up with a solution to this. I hesitate to say this, but I think it's fair to state this. We are not Utah County residents. We are not Provo City residents. We actually are Juab County residents. We live in Mona, Utah. Hopefully that does not discredit anything I'm saying, but
we have a commissioner that's from there, so we're...
So I just want you to know that from being outside of your county and the city, we support the rink. We support it through church groups. I know most of the stakes and words there come and use the facility, birthday parties, family gatherings. There are lots of people from Juab County that come to the rink as well. So if that's a plug, and like I said,
I would really like to be a solution to this problem and have an understanding of your reasoning, because as a businesswoman, I understand that sometimes you have to make decisions, and you have to make decisions on the whole community and that benefits the whole county. And so if we had an understanding and an exact reason why, then we can be proactive in helping come up with a solution.
Thank you.
I missed your name.
Lisa Woodland.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Redden from Salem, Utah. I'm one of the 75% that don't live in Provo. Like everyone said, the big thing that scares us about the whole stopping the Utah County is if Provo takes over, then we're going to be charging out of resident rates. That's going to go through the roof, double or more for just like the recreation center. I've got 2 boys that play hockey, and it's expensive. I'm right at the limit of what I can do. And then if it's privatized, again, it's going to be more expensive. Quality is going to drop, things like that. Now, personally, both of my boys, some that they have special needs with some issues. And through the hockey program, not just learning like the hard work, teamwork, that sort of thing, but it's helped them in school. Their grades have gone up. Behaviorally, they've improved vastly. Their counselors reduced the amount of times he has to see them because of that. My older son, who is diagnosed with depression, he's gotten over his depression because of this. It's actually given him some of the goals, work towards. His coaches that he's had, whether the paid coaches or the volunteer dad coaches who travel with them when they're playing like at PE and up at the Oval, they're so positive with the kids. They build them up. They help him to be a better person, and it's changed his life. And if you look at Utah County, you have such a high suicide rate with kids. You have drugs. You have all these negatives, and then so to give them a positive outlook and a venue that they can improve themselves, they can feel better about themselves, and make them better citizens as they get older. And I think it would be a drastic mistake if they lost that ability. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Karen Danielson from Linden, Utah. And we started the Learn to Skate program in 2004. My oldest was 3 years old, and we couldn't wait after we got this facility. We were so grateful to have it from the Olympics that we started as soon as we could. My second daughter, so I've had 4 kids go through the Learn to Skate program, and my second daughter fell in love with skating. She's there every morning. She wakes up at 5:30 so she can touch the ice at 6:30. She is completely dedicated to her sport. And she's sad she couldn't be here today because she's sick, but one of her biggest concerns that she's worried about is she has all these friendships that she's created through the program, and she's worried about her friends who live in places where it'd be too hard for them to get to a rink. And she's worried they won't be able to skate anymore. Unfortunately, I don't know if you've noticed, but the room got cleared a little bit. A lot of people weren't able to stay long enough, but they want you to know that they wish they could comment and that they wish that they were here to let you know how important this is to them. And we appreciate the support that the county has given to the rink, and we hope that we can continue to have that. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
You have to hold all those from rattling. You got too many.
My name is Kate Jones. I'm from Spanish Fork, Utah, and I'd just like to say that the rink is like my second home. I love it so much. I go there 5 out of 7 days a week so that I can touch the ice, and it gets rid of all of my problems when I'm on there, and it helps me to sorry. It helped me make new friendships, and it lets me have great times and to go all of these places with my friends and to be able to figure out sportsmanship and how to compete against other people and to figure out all these different life skills is just great. And if the rink shuts down, I might not be able to skate as much because my mom won't be able to take me up to the closest rink, which is in South Jordan, as much as I will, as much as I would want to. And sorry. So I just really hope that you don't shut the rink down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lyle, and I'm 19. I've been skating at the ice rink for 15 years now. I'm a competitive figure skater. I competed at the Pacific Coast Sectionals when it was held down in Provo because I placed 4th at regionals. It was an amazing competition, and we were able to hold it because the Peaks Ice Arena has 2 arenas and not just one. I have seen the ice rink go from being privatized to going into Provo City and the county's hands. And I've seen how much the programs have grown and how big we've become. And I would hate to see that go because of being privatized. So I'm very appreciative to all that you have done for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Belki Tolman, and I'm a resident of Provo City. So for me, I guess if the county were to pull out, I guess I'd still have a skating rink. But that doesn't seem fair because my daughter's been skating at that rink since she was 4. She's the one in the green, number 14 over there.
She's happy you pointed her out, it looks like.
Yeah. Anyway, all of her hockey, she plays hockey now, and all of her hockey friends are from a different city. They come from all over the place to come and play, and you know, there's a lot of stories being thrown around about the why, and so I'm uncomfortable making any statements about that are not true because I don't really know whether they're true or not. But I do know that I guess a fact is that you are wanting to pull out and the funding, and I think I think we need to look outside the box to create solutions for whatever problem is the underlying problem for why you would want to pull out. The county needs this. I don't even see how it can even pull out because the whole county uses it. This is a facility that's used by the entire county. And people are willing to come here. It's the only rink we have. If we had another one, okay, you know, but we don't. It's the only rink we have as a county. And for people to have to travel all the way to the nearest rink, you know, because the prices are better maybe, or because for whatever reason, I think I just would ask you that you reconsider and that we look at other options, even selling it out to the private. Yes, many people are not going to be able to afford those prices. And I could see that eventually the rink will close. If it doesn't close now, it'll close later because it won't, financially, that doesn't make any sense. Provo City by itself won't be able to hold this rink open. It needs the county. And I just ask that you reconsider your decision and work with us to create other viable ways to keep you and your funding supporting this rink. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Marilyn Jones. Kate, that was up here, is my daughter. They were asked to wear all their medals and everything, just so you can see how passionate they are, and obviously we're all very passionate about this. a lot of what my concerns have been are, how it does affect them, just like any other sport. It is a good outlet for them, and is very necessary, and could be compared to, a drug prevention as well. I just want to thank you for allowing our voices to be heard. I know that there's plenty of us that would be happy to, be on committees, willing to work with things and get the ball rolling and be able to help with what needs to be done so that we can do anything to not only save the rink, to save us all financially. As you've heard, it's quite expensive. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's a little step stool now if you want to.
I am Cole Ren. I am living in Salem, and I've done hockey for quite a while. And it's actually the closest rink we have to us. I'm like the only one around that area. And I wanted it to stay up so then I can have hockey more on, just closer. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Redding. I live in Salem, and I did hockey quite a bit, and I never learned how to do hockey before, and it's really great.
Thank you.
My name's Hunter Blum. I go to Pleasant Grove High School. I'm a junior, and I'm the assistant captain for the UCI North Warriors, which is Utah County Independent. And a lot of the players on our team, they have to pay for their fees all by themselves. And if Peaks does go privatized, then it's gonna cost a lot more money for us to get ice time. And if it costs more money, then that means that the price for our team is gonna go up, which means a lot of my teammates won't be able to play anymore. And I'm really glad to have all of them. And I know that without it, some of us would be getting in more trouble than we are already in. Thank you.
Thank you.
You do know that this is now on the internet, so that's forever.
Hi, my name is Kim Spilker. I'm from Mapleton. I think it's interesting just listening to everyone. Most of the people who come up here are not from Provo. We are a Utah County family. We love Utah County, and I think if you want to prevent gangs and things like that, you get people to know each other not from right where they live in their little neighborhoods, and they care about more people. So I think Utah County being involved in this is so important because it is a Utah County venue. Our schools, our Mapleton Elementary schools come on a field trip to the rink every year. Our church functions come here, same thing, birthday parties. It's not a Provo City thing, it is a Utah County venue. And if you guys pull out, it won't be a Utah County venue. You won't be bringing us all together because the prices will go up. I am not the only single mom who supports a daughter skating. It is so expensive. Last month I spent $1,000 on her, and it's not that much every month, but some months it is, and we have to sacrifice stuff for our kids to be in these programs that we love and appreciate, and so glad that you are supporting and helping us support our kids. So just as you consider this, just remember that it's Utah County family place where everybody in Utah County uses it, not just Provo. This much of Provo and this much of Utah County, that's a huge difference. Just remember your part in this. It's Utah County family, and we want to keep it a Utah County family and care about each other and be friends with each other and stick together.
Thank you.
My name's Kelly Ross, and I'm from Provo. I'm the odd man. I'm the soccer lady. So I'm not this. I love skating, but I'm here to support the soccer
side of the arena.
3-on-3 violent tournaments in that little arena.
We use that arena for winter trainings, and literally thousands of soccer kids in Utah County go to that because there's no other facilities in Utah County. There's Timpanogos, but they only do leagues. We can't go in there and practice. So I'm here to support all of the soccer clubs locally here. I know they use them all because I was there way too many hours between November and the end of March. And so I hope that you still support this because it is a Utah County thing. Very few people from Provo there for the soccer and thousands from outside of Provo. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Hi, I'm Vicki Weisenberg. I live in Orem, and I am a hockey mom, proud hockey mom. It's kind of passing on a legacy. My grandpa taught me to skate, and I wanted my kids to skate. And I love that they've been able to grow up at the rink. Coach Blum's been one of our coaches. Coach Parrott, the UVU coach, has been one of our coaches, and I can attest that it's a great place for kids to come and feel included. I know high school sports, sometimes, you only got 4 or 5 on a squad that actually play in the game. In our hockey leagues, I've seen it really develop that every kid gets a chance to skate. Every kid gets a chance to make their part of making those goals. And it really has built my family and also a larger Utah County family that we've gotten to know, families that come and skate with us. I also want to just help you recognize that our rink reaches outside of Utah. We've had and all the whole state of Utah, we've had competitions. Foster Watabe, I can accredit that he's done a lot of work bringing competitions to our rink, and it brings more economic base to Utah County and to Provo. So I appreciate that hard work that's gone in, and I would hope that could continue, and we may need county support to have that happen. Also, we've had ice skating competitions that bring in people that are from the region, from the whole Western United States, and I appreciate that our rink, as an Olympic size, an Olympic level of a rink, I think that is a real feather in our cap, and I think Utah County ought to look really closely before we totally pull back resources. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Belle Campbell, and I live in Spanish Fork. And we're putting an offer in on a house in Santa Quinn, but if you take away the rink, then we might as well just move to Salt Lake. But we can't afford it, and I've devoted my whole life to this sport. And sorry.
You're doing fine.
For a lot of these girls, it's their emotional security, huh? It's okay.
And I've made so many friends here, but I probably won't be able to see most of them because they live far away. And the Olympics were, the Olympic Committee wanted to have the Olympics here again, but you can't because if they'll lose their bid if you take away the rink. And when I first walked into that rink the very first time, I knew my dream was to go to the Olympics, but my family can't afford it if you take away the rink.
Thank you.
My name's Kevin McAuliffe. I live in Provo. I might have to put my sunglasses on here. I don't want y'all to see me cry. But I understand her passion. And when I became captain of my hockey team last year, I worked with Foster, and he was adamant about us evening up the teams, even competition, having fun, and everybody was fighting him on it, but he stuck to it. And so we've learned that it's the best way, the fun, hard competition, fair competition. Tim that works here, he'll be up here in a minute too. The staff is fantastic. When I moved here to Orem, I came with my hockey bag and my clothes. I'd gotten in a fight at work in Indianapolis, and I had a friend that lived in Orem. She said, "Come stay here. You can get a part-time job. It's affordable to live." And so I did. And I grew up in Western New York. Great youth hockey. Started out playing on ponds. Moved to Georgia when I was 18. When the Flames moved to Calgary, Hockey died in Georgia. The rinks all shut down, and it crushed me. Went through depression through my life, and gravitated to a place where I could play. And the important part is it's affordable, y'all. The families can come out there in a substance-free environment. When I worked at the Y in Atlanta, it was part of the kids' lives. They came there after school. They played sports. We helped the fundamentals, the foundation of living, even from families of parents who were on drugs and stuff. Those kids had people who cared about them in the community, and it was affordable for them. I invite you guys to come out and play hockey. I'll teach you how to play. I could teach your grandma how to play.
If I take lessons, it's got to be from Kurt Riemann. He'd kill me if it wasn't.
Come out and play. You don't know how much fun you're missing, and we need your support. The guys out there, they're educated. They don't have to work there. They want to work there because of the passion and the families. I guess you get my point. I played all over in the country. I played at every rink here in Salt Lake, and this is one of the best. It was kind of deteriorating when they brought Foster in, and Foster put his staff together. Foster's an operations guy, man. He did it. He's a young man. He's a young man compared to me, but I can't believe the great work they've done. I would say expand it more. I'd say open an outdoor rink out in that bowl across the street by the Boys and Girls Club or on the lawn there. Get people in at Christmas time skating under the lights and stuff. But I think you guys understand, and we need your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I figure my name has been thrown around a lot, so I'd just introduce myself. I'm Foster Watabi. I help coordinate the youth hockey here, but it's my part-time job, so don't take that for much. And if you knew what I was being paid, you'd probably not fire me because of how little that is. So, I come from Utah. I was born and raised here. I'm here from Orem. I've skated, when I started skating, I skated out at Utah Lake in the outdoor rink. I was part of an organization called TAHA, which is called Timpanogos Amateur Hockey Association. And from those small starts, hockey has really grown in the state. And I've been privileged to see a lot of that. Out at Seven Peaks, there was a bean-shaped ice rink that was an outdoor ice rink. And then with the Olympics coming, we really were able to see a lot of venues crop up across the state. I'm also president of an organization called the URHL, which is the Utah Recreational Hockey League. And it's an organization of 7 different rinks that coordinate their teams that play across the state of Utah. There's probably nothing more rewarding and more passionate that people have about their hockey and about skating in general. There's just an atmosphere of the crisp, clear air in the morning when you hit the ice and you just know that you can skate is something that will get in the bloodlines of you as long as these people play. You mentioned Kurt Riemann. I'm good friends with Kurt as he coaches and a lot of these other coaches that are here. I don't do this for the paycheck, as you could probably look up online and find out. It's because we all have passion for it. And I think you've heard a lot of that. And also what you've heard is that this is not necessarily for Provo City. It is a community rink. It's one that I think our tax dollars from the county would be well served in an organization like this. I do this to give back to the community. Hockey has given me so much. It's kept me out of so much trouble, and I would imagine it's kept a bunch of other kids out of trouble as well. And there's no better place for it.
Well, it's only partly keeping Mr. Blum out of trouble.
So I'd please ask you, I don't understand the politics that go behind what's going on, but I would encourage you to take the high road, ethically and morally. You're right. It's not who's right, though. It's what's right, and do what's right for the community. Please, continue to support the Peaks Ice Arena. I thought it was interesting today that you were able to hear. Have you ever been in a hockey locker room? I wanted to ask the people from the mink farms which ones were worse, the smell of the hockey or the minks. So I was thinking...
You're forgetting teenage hockey rooms are the worst.
Exactly. I thought we could come up with a combined slogan, support the rink or you stink or something like that.
A good slogan.
Honestly, there's no better use of of the city's funds, and I know they're precious. I know there are many people that do this, but there is only one rink in our community. The closest next would be Murray, Kearns, or Park City, and that's a far way to ask these people to drive. And so, with all my ability and all my influence, I would encourage you, Nate, Bill, and Greg, to please put time and effort into that Ice Sheet Authority meeting. Give suggestions, and let's come to an agreement and figure out how we can make this cooperation work.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles Johnston, and I live in Lehigh, Utah. And I've been going to this rink since I was about 7 or 8. And as someone else said, this is like a second home to me too, because it's just a place I can feel calm and I can relax. And I've gotten better than I can ever dreamed of. And usually every night I come home, and what I dream about is that I can make it to the Olympics right in there, in that rink. And so I really want you to keep the rink. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jack Mache. I'm from Orem, Utah, and I don't want to go be a dog in the oval. I mean, like, seriously, I'm proud to be a polar bear. I just want you to keep the ice rink.
Thank you.
Jack has a point. It's like telling a ute to be a cougar or a cougar to be a ute. My name is Clint Gordon Carroll. I live in Highland, Utah. One of my favorite titles is coach. I've coached a few of these kids here voluntarily. But the title that I hold today, or in my corporate world, is Vice President of Cloud Storage at Vivint. I'm an entrepreneur. I've built companies and I've sold companies. I recently sold a company to Vivint called Space Monkey for several millions of dollars. And what a trial of faith it is to build something. Even so much that, I believed in it so much that my wife hawked her wedding ring to fund the company, and we lived off very little. But we always managed to find time and money to get our kids on the ice. But I'd like to share with you, and I actually would like to address not just the commissioners here today, but take a minute to also address the others that are in the Ice Sheet Authority. I know they're watching. We know they're watching, right? We know that folks at the rink are watching. We know that people at Provo are watching. And I'd like to not leave the burden just on you guys, but also the burden on them. As an entrepreneur, my success has been defined by one simple thing that I have learned, and that is, it is okay to be wrong. As a CEO of a company or an executive of a company, you can't always be right all the time. You have to be accepting of the idea that you were wrong. And many of the paths that I have taken to being successful have come because I was wrong. One of my employees pointed out the fact that, hey, maybe we should do this instead. And we go down that path, we find out that I'm wrong, and then we move on to the next path and we find the right path. In life, this is so true with all of us. I don't care whether we deal with addictions or whether we come from families with silver spoons. Everybody's going to learn that at some point we make mistakes. We make things that we do say or do things that are wrong. And I bring this up because I feel like the Ice Sheet Authority has made a mistake, and that's okay. I think it is okay that the letter has gone to Provo. I think that the idea behind it is correct. You want to save county money. You want to be able to put it in other places. I get all of those principles and those things. But I think after today, in listening to some of the comments from the public, this has more of an impact than just skating on the ice. It has some significant impacts in some of the young ladies' lives of their confidence. What kind of independent women are we raising in this county, in this state? Are we exemplifying the principles that we believe in? But I also believe that Provo is wrong. I believe that they have done some things in this situation, and I believe the folks at the rink have done some things. There is a deficit. It is shrinking, But I sometimes worry, and in my years of being at the rink, every time I make a suggestion to folks at the rink, they have had an attitude, a nonchalant attitude of, oh, well, the subsidy will always be there. It's a government job. That irks me. I suspect it irks a few of you. So as I address the authority here, you guys, as well as those who are listening on YouTube, there is so much to be done. There is no advertising on the windows at the rink. There are no travel teams. Travel teams bring other travel teams here, staying in hotels, eating at restaurants in our county, collecting taxes from those events. We don't have, I come in at 7 o'clock in the morning with my son, who's 8 years old, and I see these young ladies out here just working their butts off. And my son's the only one, many of you guys would know, he's the only one there because I teach him that, hey, these young ladies are willing to get up at 6 a.m. to skate. You should be as well. And I see the other sheet of ice completely empty. How come we aren't filling that with other opportunities? Spring break was just last week, and the sheet of ice was empty. How come we're not bringing in coaches for training and other things to fill up that revenue that's missing? There's so much to be done, and I just feel like, right here, you're feeling the pain, and you want your response is, hey, our attorneys can write up the letter. We looked at the contract. There's nothing stopping us from doing this. Yes, that's the easy answer. But sometimes the hard answer is to stop and say, okay, how do we bring people who are passionately involved in this rink to help us shrink that gap? How do we alleviate those costs? How can we do more? And I think we have not even scratched the surface of doing that yet. And so in the spirit of being wrong, I think it is okay, and many here would applaud your effort to address the deficit, but rescinding the notice and setting up some time that says, hey, we would like to see the deficit reduced by some percentage over 12 months and over 24 months and 36 months. And as a community, we get together and we figure out how to do that. Not behind closed doors, not behind, parking spaces and convention centers and other political things that might be going on. We don't know. We just hear the rumors of these things.
Can you make sure and summarize for?
Yes. So let's take the opportunity to work together. Let's fix this. Let's move on. But let's give it some time, and let's make sure that the rink is here for the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I hope your device doesn't fail because it's currently storing all of my pictures.
Oh, well, it depends on what you vote. So.
Hi, I'm James Lewis, and I live in Provo. I sort of feel like that's unfortunate given this, but I'm okay with it. I wanted to give a voice to public skaters. I've been public skating for 4 years. I've had a season pass for 4 years. Even for me, sometimes it can be expensive. I go up to play it again. I'm proud of my $8 hockey skates. I did play hockey last year. Decided to let my daughter have that opportunity. But I would also like to voice for the soccer teams that are there. I know I work for Mega Diamond, which is now a Schlumberger, or has been for quite some time, and we have a company soccer team that plays there. And I do know, just like the little kids, when you can go someplace and have a good time and vent your frustrations from 2 years of lousy oil prices and things like that, it makes a big difference to the community. And not everybody at Mega Diamond lives in Provo. Most people don't. So I would like to put that community voice out as well. I'm a regular worker. I don't earn a ton. I don't have a whole lot of influence, but it makes a big difference for me and for my family. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, see no other standing up there. We'll bring it back up. Thank you for coming. It's good to hear the voices and to hear your passion and the different perspective that you give. I think that's part of the beauty. And I know all three of us don't think that we know it all. That's the reason why it's nice to be able to hear, where things are going. And again, if I can remind you, there's a period that we're in right now, that 6-day period, which is a conversational period. There's a few unfortunate things that have happened to drive it on an emotional side, but nevertheless, the conversation I think that is needed is more of what we need to have, is conversation, and what we can do. A lot of really good points that come up, not just on the emotional side, but also on some structural sides. And I think that they're well noted. At least I noted them. I think the other commissioners did as well. And so with that, if we could look at agenda item
10.
Yeah, so I'll have a
Number
couple,
10.
Well,
comments.
Oh,
on it,
yes.
too.
if
I was going to say, and we
comments,
need
good.
to let our polar bears know. We do get actually updates at every meeting, and the transition that you guys have made over the 2 years, we're very proud that we've gone from, hey, we showed up, to we're doing very well. So keep it up.
Perfect. First and foremost, from my perspective, I really want to say thank you to each of you who taken the time to email, have taken the time to call, and especially taking the time out of your day to show up. As a public official, it's impossible to make informed decisions without public input and without perspective. In that context, I'd like to share a little bit of my perspective with you, because part of why this occurs the way it does as a matter of reference is we're dealing with the potential sale of real property and things like that. And so some of these initial decisions are made in a closed meeting session where we have discussion, but they're not part of public dialogue. So I want to share a little bit with you about why I personally came to this decision and where we're at moving forward. First and foremost, I'd emphasize specifically, I hate political fear-mongering. I think it makes ill-informed individuals. I don't think there's any, I can only speak for myself, but we do not have an intention of shutting this thing down. When I was elected, I had about 80% of the residents of Utah County support me. And one of the things they did for me was they entrusted me to be a steward of their money, tax money. And that's a stewardship and a responsibility I take very, very seriously. When we look at the county's involvement in entities like this, I want to throw a few numbers out there that shape my opinion and shape my perspective here. Over the course of the last 7 years, there's been a little over $4 million in subsidies poured into this facility. The Utah County portion of that is obviously somewhere right around $2 million. Last year, the county consistently is subsidizing just from our portion for this particular facility to operate. In 2013, we were at $194,000. In 2014, $244,000. In 2015, $189,000. Now, the good news with those numbers is that subsidization, as was mentioned, is actually dropping. Back in 2010, it was $607,000 taxpayer dollars. Your dollars, your neighbor's dollars, going into this particular building. And I think it brings us to a question, and that is, to what extent should someone, should your neighbor, should your friend, be forced by government to pay for your activities? And those are hard questions. I greatly admire the young athletes in this room because you're chasing a dream and a passion. But as an elected official, I have to look at the broad county. I happen to know of a young man who has a dream and a passion to be the next Ted Ligety. He loves to downhill ski. He practices his S-turns and his slalom work. His parents don't have a subsidy to pay for his recreational activity when they haul him up to the mountain. And the reason I share that isn't to put blame one way or another, but to simply pose the question to you. At what point can we justify picking, well, this kid's more important than that kid? Why do we subsidize this one over another? And I think I hope I share that because I hope it helps you recognize the serious nature of the question and where we're headed with that. And it's a question I take very seriously and one that weighs into our decision-making process. At least it weighs in significantly to my decision-making process, because I believe my responsibility with your tax dollars is to spend them wisely. And you've brought points, valid points, as to why it is a wise investment in the ice rink, and I respect those points. But we also have to look and ask ourselves, is that truly a proper role? In answering that question, that's why behind our closed session, I support this particular action is because it opens a dialogue for us to have as a community and to explore the options. The one thing I would commend this group on greatly was your cooperative spirit. On multiple times, I heard solutions, the word solution thrown out there, ideas, great suggestions. Without our action, none of those ideas, none of that dialogue, none of that discussion would be occurring. And as a result, I wouldn't be able to make the best investment of your tax dollars as we look at where we're funding and what we're doing with those. And more importantly, we couldn't have the long-term discussions of how to continue the downward trend of subsidizing this particular entity, which I think is all of our goals because we all pay taxes and we want to minimize that burden not only on ourselves but on our neighbors. And so I hope that today you can leave this meeting, one, knowing that you were heard, that your points are very important to me, and that they're influential in my perspective and in the overall decision-making process. And two, understand that our intent and purpose in this action is in no way, shape, or form to close something down, but rather to help government perform in its proper role and to help the ice sheets operate more efficiently. Unfortunately, sometimes the messiness of politics gets into that particular pot, and it doesn't look quite as clear as I hope it could. And so I hope you can take my comments and understand clearly where I'm coming from as trying to be a responsible steward of your tax dollars and to look out for good of all of the dreams that are shared by future Olympians that live in Utah County, and what's government's role in supporting those. And that's where I come to with this decision, and why I made that particular support of this action was because it brings a public dialogue and it allows us an opportunity to address those challenges and to most effectively help our kids achieve their dreams, all of them, and help government perform in its proper role. And again, I applaud you as a group for your cooperative spirit. In the last little bit in politics, we haven't seen that. We haven't seen people come to a meeting like this with the level heads, with the sound reasoning, with the passion that you brought, but in a manner that's productive. And I applaud the citizens of Utah County, and particularly you here today, for bringing that spirit, and hope that you can understand that that spirit is reflected back from us as a commission, and that this is a step in a process that we're engaged in overseeing your taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, and to further echo Commissioner Ivy's comments, I agree with them all. The action we're taking today is on the agenda, has nothing to do with future, right? It's actually to make what we did already valid, basically, on the books. So the action we take today is not against your comments. We've heard your comments. You're all here because of the letter that we did. So the action actually on our commission agenda today is what we call ratify, and that is to make valid our letter that you've all seen. So again, please stay engaged, and again, civilly and like you've been. Commissioner Lee talked about a 60-day comment period. That's contractual for us. We will have more to say, and we want you to stay engaged. Again, please come with conversation like we've done, because we appreciate it, really. And all I know is, as a teacher, before I get in the commission, this is why I got into teaching. These youth are fantastic, and the parents of these youth should be commended. And it's not just the youth here, but a lot of youth in this county. That's what makes Utah County great. So thank you for coming, and I appreciate it as well. So
We actually can't take comment, but I mean, we can after the meeting's over with. We can definitely talk with you. Thank you, commissioners, for your excellent comments on there. And I just wanted to clarify something to make sure we have it. When we talk in a closed meeting, there is no decision that is made. What it is it's a briefing on what's going on, and then what happens is that, as Robert mentioned earlier, he came around to us individually and asked us if we were supportive or not of going forward. That's what happened, and that's the proper process of how it does happen. And then individually, not together, because we want to do things in an open meeting setting like this. then we said, yes, I'd like to go together. I didn't, and then I found out later that the other two commissioners felt the same way, and that's why the letter proceeded. Nevertheless, again, the 60-day comment period, the conversation will continue when we get a response back. And so if I could encourage, if you have any influence on Provo City, I'm a sensing, that, this ratification thing is ratifying what we've already done, which would be inappropriate for us at this stage to say we're not ratifying that letter, because we've already made the action. This is making it public. Nevertheless, Provo City needs to respond back to us in writing. If it takes a long period of time, it just drags. And the conversation on our part, it's at a standstill until we get something back. So if you have any influence that way with Provo City, please encourage them to respond back as soon as possible so that we can continue this dialogue in going forward. Any other thoughts, commissioners? Okay.
I'll move then that we
motion.
ratify regular agenda item 10.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to ratify number 10 on the regular agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 3-0. We will now set our closed meetings, and we need all four of them.
Need them all.
So,
I move that we approve and set a date, time, and location for a closed meeting for strategy session to discuss the purchase, exchange, or release of real property, water rights, or water shares for today's date at this location following the completion of the agenda items.
Second.
if you'll make sure and sign in if you already haven't, that'd be great. Including the kids, if you would. I got a motion and a second to approve and set a date, time, and location as stated in number 11 on the regular agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Number 12.
Well, you didn't say motion passes.
Oh, motion passes 3-0.
Wait, sorry.
Okay.
I move that we approve and set a date, time, and location for a closed meeting for a strategy session to discuss the sale of real property, water rights, or water shares previously publicly noticed for sale for today's date at this location following completion of the agenda items.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve and set a date, time, and location for a strategy session as stated in number 12. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 3-0.
I move that we approve and set a date, time, and location for a closed meeting to discuss character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual or individuals for today's date at this location following the completion of the regular agenda items.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve and set a date, time, and location as stated in number 13. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 3-0.
I move that we approve and set a date, time, and location for a closed meeting for a strategy session to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation for today's date at this location following the completion of the regular agenda item.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve and set a date, time, and location as stated number 14 on the regular agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 3-0. All right. Thank you. We will move into our closed meeting.
I think I need dinner, don't I? Like literally dinner?
Given that we're barely entering closed session and I'm supposed to be
No.
in Salt Lake in an hour?
Nope.
Can you go to that?
That's the point.
Volkswagen
Let's just
meeting
get
and take
her
notes?
done.
Obviously, it's important because we'll be discussing today